API for some reason, but is
the invisible
Ezreal Karma.
Karma.
There it goes.
Yeah.
Really mid-game, but this is not exactly what I had in mind. 2 kills for the Sylas going into a tough matchup for the early game here for Zeka. Like, this is a disaster. In this game, I don't want to say it's over, like, it's not that bad, but it has definitely changed.
Well, Deft is still level 1, so he doesn't have his Arcane Shift. He walks into the brush, and he's real dead. He had no flash, of course. Umpty with a fantastic gank timing here. Level 2 on the Wukong, and he'll just take the free money there on the bottom side. As Juhan, I mean, this is the thing that's so rough as well, is that this is Pioshik's best champion. Yeah. And unfortunately, like, the Poppy was left up, and it's Juhan that's going to be playing it here. Oh, man. What a disastrous situation here for DRX. As I think maybe the prediction that Valdez had is kind of coming to fruition.
Yeah, where's the, like, he saw the almanac, like, he knows the results, he was able to see this. He's like, hey, you know what, they're going to pick blue side, we see the red side invade, and Fred Brown's like, everybody's invading on the red side. I'm just going to predict them to defend it and win. This is a really, really nasty situation now, and, like, the Ezreal here is extremely behind. You know, lost a ton of experience, lost a ton of farm, as this is just a follow-up gank here from Umpty, and Deft is caught here by Rakan. Super aggressive positioning here that is punished now. Another kill going over the side of Fred Brian, so Henna's picking up money here. He's now 1-1 and 3. He did, of course, die in that level 1 exchange, but now has a kill and 3 assists worth of extra money. Picked up an early tier, has double longsword. This bottom side is free for Fred Brian, whereas otherwise the Ezreal Karma could have been a big issue for them trying to find power here.
Yeah.
Just no longer going to be the case.
Well, I mean, it still could theoretically work, but yeah, it's definitely dangerous times here for DRX, as Juhan just throwing around some Hex Flashes, having a good time. Beryl tidying up some wards while he can, as Umpty is rotating down towards this bottom side, looking for his Krug camp after he finishes off those wolves, and will once again be there to punish a flashless Deft. This time he does have Arcane Shift, so he should be okay. Right now, 1v2 here in this lane, and it's going to have to be a huge, like, I know it's Ezreal, right, and so this sounds a bit on the nose, but it's going to have to be a true display of skill here for DRX to pull themselves back into this game.
It really is. And for Zeka, you know, he's going to have to stave off the pressure. He's doing a great job of it so far. You know, it's not his laning issue that has led to this lead here for Lava, but it's an issue he's going to have to face regardless. Obviously, on the top side of the map here, Kingen picked up a kill and is going to be able to continue to win this top side matchup. So if the resources for Umpty are put topside to try to punish the Gangplank, that's a great opportunity for Deft and Beryl to get back in this. I just don't think that's going to be the case, so Kingen needs to push that topside lead very hard. They will come over here, clear this ward. The Dragon is spawning in 10. They have some extra bio here, and it looks like they were considering it here with that ward clear, but will not actually fully commit without knowing where Juhan is.
Yeah.
And you can see that so many resources still, though, like, for DRX here are not really, like, they had the power to try to push in bottom side, not really easily done anymore. Juhan could have also tried to duel and put pressure down there. Not so much the case anymore, and we'll see if, you know, Morgan could just play weak side Gnar, because that's another thing about Gnar, even in matchups like this, where he's so powerful right now because he can do a lot of things. He can win against tanks, he can actually push lanes, he can, of course, take plates out, but he can also play an extremely strong weak side, where he's unkillable, ungankable, and that might just be Morgan's game here in Game 1, and that's okay. That's the versatility of Gnar.
Yep, and it's also the versatility of Morgan as well. We know that this guy is a fantastic punching bag. He's done it on almost any champion, and you mentioned playing weak side. That has certainly been his MO ever since Halma Life Esports made that run to Worlds last year, largely to do with him playing a lot of weak side Camille in that moment. As Morgan's going to push this wave towards the turret. No demolish this time around for the Gnar. Going with the fleet footwork that we've seen raised to prevalence here for a lot of our Gnars. As Kingen's just a bit frustrated about this little Gnar underneath his turret, as Beryl is going to tether himself to Delight. Delight puts down his control ward pretty happily here. As barrels are through. Okay, Juhan looking to move in, but Grand Entrance going to be used as an escape tool quite nicely. As Morgan takes a turret shot. Probably didn't want to do that. As Kingen does have his flashback, which is definitely good.
Still trading really nicely here and trying to grab that plate. He's so close to it. So Juhan path bottom, hoping that they would actually have a contest possible for this Drake. And this was spotted, of course, by Fred Brion. They identify this. So Morgan pushes topside really hard in a matchup that is difficult to do so. And it's tough for Kingen to actually fight back here. You know, didn't get the flashback, etc., like you mentioned at the last possible moments there, but they don't actually make a bottom side play. They end up losing Drake And now topside control is completely in Morgan's favor. Plate does go into his pocket. He's got 3 assists worth of money. Like, everything is going extremely well here for Fredit Brion, and fortunately, Juan just hasn't been able to make an impact in this game. And level 6 coming up soon for Umpty. Lava will have his pick of the litter in terms of ultimates. The Cannon Barrage is going to be the big one here for this first Rift Herald fight. And if DRX can't find an angle here, they better be hoping that at least Henna and Delight rotate up so that Def can pick up some plates. Because if they just stay bottom side, and we have that bottom side 2v2, I think Fredit Brion still win the top side fight here and just continue to push their lead.
Yeah, it's working out so far. Very interesting that Henna has decided to go towards the lethality build on their Xayah, going for a little bit more of that burst damage rather than the crit variety. I've been pretty vocal about not liking the build very much. However, we'll see how it's going to go. As does do a lot more in the earlier stages of the game. Is now Henna going to take a Mystic shot, but otherwise is doing fine here in this lane.
I think as soon as you get that much gold early, you're like, all right, well, I want to keep this advantage forever, and so you're going to build the early Dirk. They grabbed, 2 Longsword and Tier from the, first initial pick there that he picks up onto depth, and so he's just trying to continually control this lane so that he can stay down here. Like, if he has this much pressure and power in this lane, they can turn the Rift Herald fight into a 3v3 that's kind of unlosable for them with the Wukong, with the Silas, and Gnar, who have an advantage topside. So I like this for controlling the early pace of the game.
It's
and
interesting.
Look at Barrel's health bar.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting, though, because he's taken the Airy, right? He was committed to this before that level 1 worked, but I think that the level 1, like you say, is one of the reasons why it's kind of all right that he went for this, as Barrel almost just dies walking towards Fredit Brion, but he's going to go for a back, and he should be all right, as Umpty and Lava should be able to take down Shelly here. Juhan is waiting for a Silas that is behind him on Vision. Puts that control ward down. Let's see whether Juhan can actually challenge for this one as the ulti comes through. Good flash out, but the Steadfast Presence going to avoid Umpty coming back in. He just secures himself. The Rift Herald is now Lava with perfect execution in hand. Is going to dash after the Poppy. Zeka over the wall. Oh, man, he was ready to punish, but not going to take the bait is Fredit Brion, and they'll take themselves the Rift Herald and just move on out.
Fredit Brion really know exactly how the lead they have is going to work, and so they keep the pressure on bottom lane, only rotate up the light. Okay, Kingen, you are very far forward, my friend.
Yeah, Hop comes down. All right, he's going to flash towards his barrel. It's not going to do anything for him as he eats some oranges, but is still going to die. Umpty not back into that cannon barrage, but isn't going to die to the turret either, and that's a very comfy kill. They could also now just drop the Rift Herald if they want, but Umpty wants to take the Empowered back for a little while longer, and there is a lot of duration on that one still left to go.
Yeah. And they have so much control over the game, they don't need to grab extra money right now because they've got it in all 3 lanes. So it's like, we're not going to kill a turret, so might as well hold on to that one and get some more power in the jungle. Delight wasn't here on the bottom side, but as you can see, Deft was not able to put any pressure on the plate. As, okay.
Chains, shurikens, things thrown around here in the mid lane, but just testing the waters.
The flash from Umpty on the Rift Herald fight to avoid Juhan there was the MVP moment, because that's all they needed to do to make sure this is their Herald. As we're going to go back to Kingen here, just being very far up in the lane. Has Cannon Barrage, so feels like he's safe, but he flashed earlier, so doesn't have that available. Or, okay, that was just a bug on the cooldown. I was like, I thought he had flash. Yeah, he did, but it's not enough to save him. And Cyclone is a pretty strong ability when you're basically trying to free hit a turret when you have no control over the lane. So Kingen's now 2 deaths in this game, and man, things are really off the rails here for DRX. Like, this comp's win conditions just need more time, and they're just not being given it.
And the way that it was supposed to work just is completely out the window, considering that level 1, right? Like, this bottom lane was supposed to have so much laning power. That didn't actually eventuate whatsoever because Henna had so much more money at the beginning of the game. Lava over here just protecting Umpty, who's taking this second Drake of the game. He'll connect some chains, and it looks like this Hex Tech belongs to Fredit Brion. DRX not feeling ready to fight for any of these right now, as Deft completes his Essence Reaver. See what build he's going to go for here. It's looking like the Mythicless start here at the beginning, as we've seen a fair few Trinity Forces recently put together, but this time around not going to happen, as it's going to be an Infernal Soul. As man, Fredit Brion, this is absolutely perfect, because if there is a way to empower Lethality Xayah, it's with a Drake that can help you snowball so effectively. And
Yep.
with an Infernal Soul, that will certainly increase the relevance of this lethality Zaya.
And the damage that this comp will need later on to Kingen, you gotta be careful about trading aggressive like this. Like, yes, this is a good matchup for these types of trades, but when you're ahead, not when you are behind, and when your jungler is nowhere nearby, and you have no idea where Umpty is. There's a control word here for Morgan, so, like, Kingen, if he goes forward here, could be walking into his death, so he has to respect that. As at least we'll dodge this boomerang here. The hyper prot's not going to go off, but man, like, look at the gold here across every lane. The only lane that is going towards DRX is, of course, Zeka, and that's even with Lava picking up 2 kills, so he's holding his own here, but
yeah,
at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is DRX doesn't even have 2 Drakes or even a single Drake of buffer to buy time for the Ezreal range issue to become a factor here, so Fred Brion also have just played their early game so well, controlling bottom side, not sending the bottom laner up, not losing any plates to death, they're not giving him any angles, giving him any plates, not taking any poor fights, just controlling the fights by zoning. And now we're finally going to, at the final moments here, drop this Rift Herald just before Blades fade.
Oh, but Juhan is here, so the Poppy Copter is available. We'll see whether he's going to get rid of this. No, he's not going to. So DRX just going to have to, like, clear out the minions where they can, but that plate goal goes over to Fred Brion. Juhan had the ult, but he just decided not to throw it down.
Yeah, which is kind of puzzling. The whole point of him rotating up there was definitely to do that, but I guess he felt like he didn't have the angle he needed and was scared of the damage at this stage. But yeah, I definitely would have probably wanted to see that one placed, especially because there's no objective fight coming up here for at least another minute and a half. So would have had it back off of cooldown.
Yeah, okay, well, here's a bit of a fight. Is Juhan chasing after Morgan? There's the cannon barrage. Morgan wants another hop, but he's not going to get it. There's the flash that comes through. Guys? What happened?
Okay, well, gets the speed up, and he's out of there. They just did not commit. They thought it's a done deal. It is not. Target's going to get that speed up. He has the Hearthbound Axe, or whatever it's called, that gives movement speed with auto attacks, and that's all he needs. He gets out. This is a disaster.
Storm, all right. Okay, Beryl taking a fair bit of damage here, but he's going to tether to Hannah. Battle Dance gets delayed over here. There's a decent little push there from Fred Brion. Yeah, that seemed like massive miscommunication there. I thought Kingen was like, Juhan, you just like finish him off, take the kill, and Kingen backs away. That parlay would have been back up and would have been pretty close to lethal, but still.
Yeah, Kingen had flash. I mean, that's a punish gone completely wrong, so they don't stop the Rift Herald, they don't get that kill. As the observers are showing us what Lava can't see, which is the entirety of the bottom side here around the Drake. Umpty wrapped around. And this is going to be a big group up here for DRX, but there's no objective to fight over, so I just don't think this is wise to heavily commit into this choke point, especially against Cyclone. You're just going to have to walk away, Def. You have no angle here.
Yeah, and also, why would they be there? It's a minute and a half before the Drake, so no real reason to fight for that one, as Morgan just going to take down this turret and then chase after Kingen. Barrel for a bit of zoning, but unable to put another one down to get any sort of chain. And yeah, Morgan is just in such a good spot in this lane. Umpty going to take the second Rift Herald as well.
I guarantee you that if Pioshik was in this game, there would be a lot more attention to Deft and Barrel from the Poppy, you know, given the same draft. I also think Pioshik would have approached that level 1 a little bit more safely and with the rest of his team. And because Juhan didn't really hard commit to saving the bottom side and also left Kingen out to dry until the very last moments there where they failed the gank, they do not stop the Rift Herald, Morgan is able to, in this blind Gnar pick here, where they of course had the Stylist to kind of set that up so that, you know, DRX wouldn't have the opportunity to pick it themselves, into the gangplank, gets a whole turret. With the extra gold he picked up at the level 1, he is just rolling in money right now. He's about to finish his call. He's backing before he does because he's just like, well, I just don't even need that extra money. 20 seconds until this Drake spawns, and Fred Brion have the better team fight right now.
Well, Juhan is just going to get a bit of poke damage onto the light here from that heroic charge, as well as his steadfast presence to deny any sort of dashes. Of course, Poppy, fantastic into this Rakan if these team fights do start breaking out, is Deft in the mid lane, trying to do what he can. So, Shirley will come down to the mid lane to get some control of this river. DRX going to have to use some resources in order to take her down, and Fred Brion are going to be diving forward. Okay, Lava finds Beryl. 50% of his health bar does go down. Mantra up that W if he wants to get a bit of the health back, but Shirley is going to cram her skull into the outer turret in the mid lane, unable to take it down, but at least gets the priority that Fred and Brian are looking for to try and get to this soul point.
Zeka has an angle, but there's no weak targets for him to assassinate. Knows the positioning here of Umpty and Morgan, expecting his flank angle here. This ward is about to fade, the Rift Skull.
Yeah.
So just no vision here, no information. Zeka's taking the long way around, but it's going to take so long.
Yeah, well, into the pit goes Juhan, but the smite is the fadeaway. Umpty was able to avoid it there with the Warrior Trickster as Cannon Barrage has come through. But it's too little, too late. And Fred and Brian, they can get out if they want to, they can fight if they want to, they can do whatever they would like.
This was just such a masterclass of tempo advantages for Fred and Brian.
Well, there's another Cannon Barrage. This time it's going to spell the end of death. He can't even land the Mystic Shot towards the end there as now Beryl is wrapping around. No more barrels to come through here as now Zeka diving towards Morgan where he can. Gets a nice little backflip. Perfect execution going to be available for that second time around, but he can't actually use it for any sort of damage or execution. And DRX, I mean, they're just still licking their wounds from that level 1. They've never been able to get back the tempo.
They really have not. And every single one of these critical objective fights where Juhan is trying to punch Umpty out, as we're going to go straight back to this pick on the death. This is the power of Silas in the gangplank. Just such a critical AoE ultimate to help zone and pick off targets. Henna and Lava keep Kingen and Juhan away, but Juhan failed to get the Rift Herald knock away because of the flash. This time it's the Warrior Trickster you mentioned from Umpty where he is able to avoid it and smite the Drake away. And this Poppy pick has been completely worthless, died at level 1. And look, I'm all for trying new things and Juhan being a part of this team. Like, I think it's a good change here potentially for DRX, but the individual performance we've seen from him this game where he's just been shut down at every turn by Umpty, this is the kind of game, and I very rarely say this, I'm usually extremely against it, but this is the kind of game where I'm like, it might be time to sub Pioche again in game 2, because I think this Poppy pick that was prioritized so highly is not getting value, and as you pointed out very early on in this game, like, this was Pioche's best pick this season.
Yeah.
And it just feels like you can feel the difference here, unfortunately, in this game, and with the lead that Fred and Brian have and how beautifully they've played around just forcing advantages here, you know, DRX are in a lot of trouble, and it's not over yet because they do have a lot of scaling aspects here, but both the Ezreal and the Gangplank have been so shut down that that aspect is not coming in for another 10 minutes.
Well, that's a heroic charge. Delight going to be able to get out of there. Just waits out the Steadfast presence. Cannon Barrage not going to be able to take down Delight, who's running real quick. Oh, True Shot Barrage. It's going to break a stopwatch, but it wasn't going to kill Delight anyway. As Deft is going to get that as a consolation prize, I guess.
Delight's face as well in that moment. You could tell he was like, okay, better safe than sorry, but like, I knew I didn't need to break that, but hey, like I said, better safe than sorry. As Lava's going to get a turret down here bottom side, and unfortunately the one attempt here for DRX to look for a flashy play gets a stopwatch, but that is all they're going to get. And in fact, they have no vision here whatsoever. They will see this with the trinket, and that's going to be enough to say, okay, we should play back out.
Yep.
For Fred and Brian, but I mean the vision control they have right now, the teleport advantage they have 2 teleports up, which is just 100% a great start. Like, and backing away is fine, but that was a no-risk play from Fred and Brian.
No, you may as well test the waters and see whether you can, you know, trinket cooldown is actually pretty valuable as well, and you may as well go for a Baron play if they would like to. Umpty's still lying in wait, gonna get spotted here by Juhan. Steadfast presence is good. He's able to speed himself up and get away. True Shot Barrage onto Hannah. There's the Mantrid Q as well. So DRX able to at least poke out the Xayah, who hasn't really been able to do too much since the level 1, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, she stayed in lane and helped them get the first Herald, but yeah, otherwise hasn't really been involved literally in any kills since that first pick on the Deft and the level 1. So yeah, hasn't been the greatest, but the way that DRX wins this game is through Deft and Zeka, but mostly Deft. And Deft, Zeft in this case, Zeka can flank and threaten. Hannah and Delight push them away, and then Deft, while that is happening, will have to be hitting Mystic Shots and poking away at Lava, at Umpty, and at Morgan, try to bait out the Narbar.
Oh dear, Zeka. Okay, yeah, Zeka going to get engaged on. Perfect execution comes through. It's going to be the Ignite used defensively here from Zeka to just Lava, try and convince Lava to leave.
Yeah, Lava is going to have a shorter cooldown on his hijack and only runs away because he knows that Juhan could be in the area, doesn't have vision of him, so still a better trade for them, but Deft is going to need to hit all of his abilities here and weaken this Gnar and try to play slow, try to, you know, outlast the Gnar bar in some of these upcoming fights. This is going to have to be the first of many, because this is Soul Point for Frederick Brion into Infernal Soul, 4-0, or 4-2-0 on Drakes if they don't win this fight. So it's now or never, Deft. You are gonna have to hit these shots, and you cannot walk away from this fight. You have to force it. 10 seconds to go. Zeka does not have prio, does not have ult. Like, this is just almost unwinnable here for DRX.
It's a real difficult one. They're going to have to try and figure it out, though. As like you say, this Drake is... It's going to be really difficult to get back. As Lava grabs himself that Cannon Barrage, barrel extraordinarily low, and DRX realize they just can't win the fight. So they're going to have to give away Infernal Soul as True Shot Barrage tries its best, and Umpty actually... flubs the smite there a little bit, but that was after the True Shot Barrage came through anyway. And so a very easy Infernal Soul here for Frederick Brion as they now push down the mid lane. They'll take that out of turret. We'll see what more they can get.
They can just go start Baron. They still have Morgan's teleport, and they can look for a kill onto Kingen. If they don't get it, they can still just wait for this wave and then start Baron on the other side. Kingen has teleport. Zeka, you know, not having his ultimate going to that fight and Deft being pushed away so significantly was what led to that free Drake fight, or if you could call it a fight, that is to say, where DRX had to just retreat and give it up. So, once again, Lava finds an Akali in a side lane, forces her to ult, trades his hijack, forces an ignite, walks away, and it's like, all right, cool. That's Drake for us, that's Infernal Soul, what are you going to do? And Def can't be anywhere near the fight to hit that poke damage he needs so desperately. And like I said, put Gnar, bottom lane, let him push, take a Baron. There's nothing DRX can do, and if Morgan manages his Gnar bar well, we can come in here and crush a fight if DRX ever think of challenging this. So they're just going to have to sit back again, give this objective up, and wait.
Yeah. Juan is going to be able to smite away the red buff. That was pretty optimistic from Henna, but his Blade Caller does do a fair bit of damage at this stage, as his last Whisper now completed. But as you can see, I mean, the gold lead did not extend very much after that level 1, but it really didn't need to, because Frederick Brion were able to grab as much control of the game as they needed in order to get themselves into a decent position now. And DRX's composition, I just don't think is going to be enough to try and claw their way back. Like, the comeback mechanics just aren't really enough here unless Frederick Brion makes a big mistake. And I think what Frederick Brion have done is done everything in order to avoid making a big mistake. That has been the game plan. It's like, just don't mess this up, boys. And we got this. And now with an Infernal Soul, it's going to be pretty tough to mess up.
It's crazy how Umpty flashing Juhan's ult and then trickstering the ult on that, you know, big third Drake fight. Like, those two plays, I think were, even though they look kind of non-consequential, are the ways that DRX could have been back in this game with a Herald, you know, steal away, or that Drake buffer would have given them a whole lot of extra time to get into position to fight. And Umpty just avoids it twice. He's like, I know how Poppy works. I know what you guys are trying to do. And that's just it. Like, DRX never even had any threats in this game otherwise besides the attempted Poppy ults. And Juhan is so significantly behind in this game, too. A chem tank that he can't really use. Like, who's he running at? Who's he trying to stop?
Well, that is a keeper's verdict used onto Deft. He is going to leave for the moment. Control ward goes down from Frederick Brion, will instantly be removed. I think that was mainly Lava wanting a better ultimate. And he has a few better options here. He's level 14 though, so it's not like an instant cooldown, but it's still pretty fast at that stage, as you can see. Going to have it back up in a few seconds' time. So Umpty down to 50%. I mean, Deft still needs to be somewhat respected here for the damage that he's capable of doing. True Shot Barrage, I believe, didn't quite find too many targets. Kingen just eliminates the last minion. He's successfully holding onto this lane, but the amount of pressure here from Frederick Brion and the fact that they're able to farm out all of DRX's jungle at will makes things real dangerous. These barrels are starting to do some work, but let's see what they can actually make happen here. As Umpty down relatively low, they get the Cannon Barrage, and that's what they were looking for. 2 minutes.
I mean,
and it's ticking down, Wolf. Like, Elder Drake is coming.
It could be like the fastest Elder Drake that Frederick Brion ever starts in their career.
Yeah, right.
This is a pretty unusual Frederick Brion game where they're actually playing super far ahead. But like, this is the things that we were talking about for Frederick Brion and the wins they had against Damwon Kia in 2021, where Frederick Brion gets a small lead and just never messes up and plays very oppressive. Morgan right now is wishing he went Demolish this game because he's been the side lane king with the advantages he was given that you don't normally get as a Gnar in this matchup. He's like, oh man, I could have actually probably killed an inhibitor this game if I took Demolish with all the side laning I've been able to do for free. Looks like Fred Brion might finally actually start up Baron here because Baron is going to be their best tool at guaranteeing that they have enough cryo here to take this Elder Drake that spawns in 90, but they're setting up for a fight instead of starting the Herald, or rather Baron.
That was really interesting. Lava decided to steal a Mantra. It's not the greatest. As Umpty going to take a lot of damage here. Okay, he'll be forced to go back. That's going to buy a bit of time here for DRX. Nicely done. Fred Brion needs to start making some plays, making things happen. I was commending them for, you know, playing it slow and steady, trying not to mess it up, but you also have to kill the enemy Nexus, guys, and that involves moving forward and finding yourselves some wins.
They had so many times where they could have, I think, done the Baron. Like, they have the damage at this stage. They had a Gnar pushing down that inner turret that DRX committed 5 people and a cannon barrage to defend. I think there were definitely some angles here for Fred Brion to actually grab Baron. And I was trying to argue the point that maybe they wanted to wait a little bit longer so they could make sure they could time it with Elder, but now Elder is just going to spawn. They still have Cryo without Baron.
Ooh, okay, Cannon Barrage comes down. It's going to be traded. Kingen is going to have to get himself over to the side. Lava goes golden. The barrel chain going to miss there as Lava does manage to escape. Barrel not going to be so lucky. Does have to flash to get out of the way of that grand entrance. No kills, but definitely a lot of buttons pressed, and it's going to be Fred Brion that managed to take the reward. This inner turret that they've been working on for a very long time.
Now they will have to attack an objective. Please do it, Fredit.
Yeah, okay. And they can just move to this one.
Spawn. Yep, and now there's very few tools here. Kingen did have to use his Cannon Barrage. True Shot Barrage was early here.
This Keeper's Verdict is going to have to be the best thing ever. They get rid of the Rakanus. Duhan not going to be able to lock down the Elder Drake, and the Dragon itself will destroy the Poppy. Now Morgan's diving forward, and he'll just obliterate this Karma. Kingen knocked up and taken down. And I think Fred Brion have done it. They just waited it out. They're just, 6 minutes? All right, we'll take ourselves an Elder. And now Def feeling like the last man standing here as Zeker is nowhere near. The inner turret will be taken down, but Fred Brion shouldn't be done here. They are just going to look for the Baron and then continue the push.
Exodia time.
Yeah.
Exodia time, and it is... It's been a lead for 30 minutes here that Fred Brion have had, and they've played it passively, they played it slow. I think they definitely could have pulled the trigger on Baron takes earlier, but at the end of the day, Lava looks for a hard engage onto King and takes his Cannon Barrage away. And I don't mean with the hijack, he just forces King to use it defensively. It's a nice try from Def. And then there's just no real way to set up for a fight for DRX. This is just, once again, desperation here for DRX to try to look for this. Juhan trying to ult. And it doesn't matter. They just can't get in and do the damage. Like, it's a Poppy here trying to 50-50 this one away, and even if he steals it, you're not in a position to follow up. As look at this, no Cannon Barrage here on the gangplank. Kingen is just desperately trying to run in and help out. Is taken out as kind of an afterthought. And Fred Brion, man, they're bringing us to a potential upset win here. You know, Valdez the Prophet. Maybe you saw this coming. But I very rarely say this, and I mentioned it earlier, but the performance we saw from Juhan here does, I think, warrant potentially a Pioshik sub going into map 2.
All right, so I've got something to say on that front. Like, this game was basically over at level 1. Like, I think that, like, a lot of people will agree. So I don't think Juhan's even been tested this game at all. Because, yeah, he face checked, and but that's one mistake. Him walking into that brush. I really don't think that we've learned all that much at all. Which is a bit sad.
I don't think he played the bottom matchup as well as he could have, and I think that he certainly was a little bit slow to rotate to objectives. I mean, look, it's hard to criticize him because of everything that happened at level 1, but I think Pioshik would have played this one out a lot differently, and that's all I can think about right now, because it's Poppy for DRX, and this is the crux of their comp, and just didn't do a whole lot.
The other thing is, it's first pick Silas, once again, not finding quite that much of an answer. It's only Chovy that's been able to do so, but there are hands involved in that particular question as well. It's now DRX having to deal with 2 of their inhibitors being down, and Fred Brion wanting to say goodbye to this game. Close to 32 minutes in, Zeker is going to almost just die to a Cannon Barrage that this Silas put down. My goodness, the hijack version just doing so much damage here as DRX run out of turrets. Henna Gets hit by a barrel, taking a fair bit of damage here. As now you've got Zeka diving into the backline. He goes golden and will just be knocked up. Hen is actually able to get his revenge there, as well as Deft does manage to buffer an arcane shift, but he will not be able to save his Nexus. And Fred Brion will win game number 1 against DRX.
A performance that, you know, we have come to expect from Fred Brion when they are ahead, right? The slow and steady wins the race, a very methodical push of their advantages, never taking a risk even a single time in this game. They win the level 1 fight. They set up defensively, expecting the invade that we are seeing from so many teams, almost every game now on red side. And I guarantee the carpet space is going to be breaking that level 1 down, and you get an advantage like that on top side, mid, and bottom with this composition that already needs to be ahead and is strong to early mid. And then they just win every single Drake fight. There were some attempts to knock Umpty away, but he would not. He was not be knocked away. He flashed it the first time, Warrior trickstered it the second time, and there was no third time where we got to see Juhan contest.
Yep, just wasn't an opportunity. I do want to go back and give a bit of credit to Fred Brion, because yes, this game was largely over at level 1. The advantages that they got were absolutely massive. But from that point on, it was basically a perfect game for Fred Brion. They take every single Drake. They take both of the Rift Heralds. They don't suffer any more kills, as of course there was one kill that was picked up by DRX, but that was in that level 1 play. And despite the fact that Deft does the most damage in the game, none of it was relevant. And as you can see, this gold never dipped, really. It was just that level 1 play, and then Fred Brion are like, well, we'll play the long game. We're just going to take every single objective, deny you anything that you want to do, and we will eventually win. And that's precisely what they did.
I am really curious to see if DRX here on blue side put Pioshik back in, or if they're going to stick to their guns, try to look for a stronger draft here, and not lose a level 1. I want to see a real game of League of Legends between these two.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm with you on that one. Looking forward to seeing what the carpet spaces are going to give us for that one. But we'll need to go to a short break first, and when we get back, we'll find out exactly what they have to say.
잘 들어갔다 갱플봉. 아칼리 집 가야 돼. 갱플 로고. 갱플봉. 계속 유지해. 계속 유지해. 야 다 깼어. 다 깼어. 천천히 해봐. 하자. 한번 싸우자 얘들아. 시원하게. 내가 웨이브 바꿔 할게. 나 24초. 아칼리 들어온다. 아 뽀삐도. 아칼리 먼저. 돌아. 야 끊어놓게. 끝내자. 나이스. 좀 못했네. 다 죽이자. 맞아. 죽이자. 잘했어. 레프트 형. 나이스.
네, 세라핀 국밥 뺏었고요.
네, 순간적으로
네,
먼저 먹고
아래쪽으로 맞춰라.
뭐요? 스트레스. 오너 터졌어요.
네,
지금
월간 포화.
지금 뺏은 상태에서 활용도 좋았고
그러면
저연 따라 터뜨리고.
아니 하나 생명
잡죠. 이 안타.
가라.
세라핀 역으로 뺏은 공도 대박이 잘 터졌어요.
세라핀 거 뺏어 한번 볼게.
나이스 얘들아 나이스.
나이스. 뭐야 나 세라핀 왜 이렇게 잘 쓰냐? 미쳤는데?
뽀삐가 날리면서 변수가 있으니까
이거를
이거
몇 점인가요? 날리네요.
네. 아토스 날리고
아토스를 날리고 트런드를 오히려 트런드를 저기 없어요. 결국 잡아내. 와 이게 점사가 됐어요. 그리고 앞에 합류. 월광포. 와 기브 샌드박스. 벽도 들어가고. 알릭스.
이거를 전투로
와 크로코. 대박이네요.
안녕히 계세요, 여러분.
가져왔어? 오케이 나이스.
정말 개 잘했다.
이거 나르가 계속해서 포토마트 치는데 리산드라가 이번에
달려들었는데
달려들었는데
트런들의 거대한 방망이가 있었거든요.
대리 쇼가 또 시작이 됐습니다.
전설의 에이밍. 와
트리플킬
또 먹어요. 트리플킬. 우물킬.
이거
예, 기동 세우면서 한번 보나요? 네, 한번 더. 와,
미카엘도 있다. 그냥 들어가야 돼.
나 펜타 각이다. 펜타 줘 펜타. 펜타 줘봐. 탱해줘. 오케이.
네, 매운맛
분위기 리셋이 돼가지고
저기
빠졌대. 1대5야.
와비가 왔다. 그리고 냈다 돌리고
다음 턴 그래도 그 수에 살았어요.
저희부터 고스트.
그리고 저거
네,
신나 있는 괴물입니다.
트리플킬.
신나 있는 괴물 와요. 그나마 루나 어떻게 비디디
정말 했는데. 젠지 다 죽이고 있습니다. 젠지.
안 좋아 보이긴 해. 안 좋아.
볼만한데 사실. 트리플 킬.
야 펜타 각인데?
적을 처치했습니다.
아니 그게 아니라 살려야 될 것 같아서.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chroniclowo today, and that was a Fred Freon victory, not expected, except by one person, me. Although it was a little bit of a mean prediction. I think it all starts with the draft here, Chronicler. What do you think?
Does it start with the draft, Valdez?
Every game starts with the draft.
Does it start with the draft?
Yep.
Is that really what was the game decided? Silas pick is the big one that has been a really big problem for a lot of teams, and I think justifiably so has landed its spot on the ban list. But then you look at all the other bans, you're like, those are pretty reasonable as well, especially given that you don't want to play against Lucian Kalista on the Brian side, and for DRX, kind of a no-brainer bans as well, especially against DRX. I actually really like the adaptation of Bro, and the fact that Lava, even though I don't think he had an impact on this game at all, and I don't really like his Silas play, picks it up regardless. But the draft was what it was. I think there were some good win conditions for DRX, although as we can see, they can run into issues as they fall behind because they have limited CC. It's really only Poppy. But the draft was not the deciding factor in this game at all, because if you watch the game, you know what happened.
Exactly. I think, you know, some of the stuff you were pointing out, like a lack of CC, a lack of real engage on the side of DRX really hurt them, right? There were a lot of plays later on in the game where Bro were ahead and they weren't really playing the lead that amazingly, but DRX at the same time were like, well, we still can't do anything. So it's kind of the way it wins. Let's take a look at highlight number 1. It all starts here, actually.
Yeah, I am baffled. If you do know what happens here, then please add me, because I've gone over this a bunch of times and I just don't see it, right? Because the moment that you spot this ward and you don't have any intel, there is no way that, one, you face check, two, like, even walking up is risky, but like, you have a ward. Place the ward. Like, he is so far away from his team, and then this turns into an absolute disaster because your level 1 is considerably worse. You have some power with the Karma and the Gangplank in good situation, but like, you're playing into Rakan that gets an early knockoff. You're playing into Silas that has 2 skills available. It's just a really bad time. And after that, there is a monstrous gold lead, and more importantly, a lot of summoners are used. And then Fred and Brian, I don't even necessarily, as you said, feel like they played out the game very well. They still had a lot of that kind of Fred and Brian inertia where they're getting stuff, but it's also because DRX keeps taking the hole deeper and deeper for themselves, with, of course, one shining exemption in Umti that kept trying to really keep things going.
Yeah, Umti did a great job. He will be the star of our second highlight, which is basically him ganking the bottom lane. That's our second highlight. Yeah. And I don't know if it's ready yet, but you guys know what I'm talking about. He ganked the bottom lane. There's no summoners here. It's a level 1 Ezreal. He's just dead. I mean, there's I don't even know if there was vision. Doesn't look like there's any ward or anything because they probably used it.
And
that's wrong.
That's it, because that's the game. That was the game. Carlos pointed it out. That was the second highlight because there was no more. From that point on, they had a monstrous gold lead. Easy.
Yeah, insane. We do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up. I have a certain jungler in mind. It will be Umti, who, when I saw in the draft, I'm like, you're picking Wukong into Poppy? Interesting. Ended up deathless and didn't do a whole lot of damage, but there wasn't a whole lot of fighting and, you know, just essentially ganking the bottom lane is what he did. And that's all he had to do.
As per usual, a Fred Brian with a lead is a Umti that goes in and a Delight that follows him, and it's that 1-2 unit that got this team to playoffs last time around. I think individually, Umti and Delight are at the level that they were in spring. I think Lava, most notably, is still not quite there. His builds were a little bit suspect.
Love this play.
Yeah, he was just playing, again, it's a 1-2 unit, right? Like, every time you see them together, you know good things are happening for Fred Brian.
Let's see how many votes we get. 5 out of 13. 5 out of 13. Do not really understand that. Lots of votes for Lava.
Delight votes.
Yeah, the Delight votes I'm okay with. The mid votes, not 100% sure. Very strange build as well. Either way, guys, we are done here on the analyst desk. Let's go back to game number 2 and the casters for that one.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, there on the carpet space, breaking down that level 1 to level 2 in that game. Because, Wolf, there wasn't much more after that.
There really wasn't. Is it a Pioshik sub? It doesn't look like it, because usually we have those shown instantly, so my guess is no. Looks like Juhan is sticking around for this second game, and you know, this is a fine decision. Like, I think it's totally okay here for DRX. Like, I'm usually, like I said before, pretty against mid-series substitutions unless there's something really specific you've pre-planned based on individual performances, because that just takes away the trust of the players, the coaches. It leads to a lot of problems. So we'll see if Juhan can play this one out a little bit better, but it was pointed out, and we got to see that level 1 replay again, where he just is so far away from his team. They know they have a ward there. He doesn't drop his own ward.
It was a mega flub.
Yeah. Let's see how he plays in a real game. Knock on wood here in game 2.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that DRX are now going to choose the blue side. It's not necessarily the side they found the most advantages on. However, You saw as far as the bans went that it is difficult for them to avoid that Silas first pick situation. They're going to ban the Taliyah themselves this time. Taliyah was banned on the blue side last time around by Fred Brion, and this time it is double jungle ban is kind of what it feels like. But of course, Taliyah is flexible as well. As
If
Fred
they
Brion,
don't,
yeah.
if they don't ban Lulu here, I think as Fred Brion, you can pretty comfortably ban Silas. Actually, I think that's a pretty reasonable call. Take it away from Zeka.
Yeah.
We'll ban the Aphelios. So now you can be like, all right, well, we have the Lulu angle for the Lucian. And so if you pick Lucian, we're happy about it. So they can ban the Silas here. And they're like, all right, we have the answer, too, for the Lucian lane. Now, Corki is something that, you know, I know Valdez is like, no! back on the desk. But, like, Corki's still an angle here that DRX can take. And I think probably I would be much happier to see this come through rather than Deft's Lucian, because I think Deft's Lucian, even though he's a very good Lucian player, this leads to a lot of variance on the game, whereas DRX can just kind of put the Corki on the table and say, all right, we're playing a slow game, we're scaling up, your move, Fred Brion.
Well, actually, it's kind of perfect from DRX, because if Lucian Nami's locked in, DRX can 1-2 punch with the Cogmore Lulu, because the Lulu, like you mentioned, isn't banned. It's actually kind of genius, because now DRX, they can pick Lucian Nami, and you can only get one of the two of the Lucian Nami lane, and then the other one instantly will get banned if they do try and pick it up.
Yeah.
So Fred Brion have to go with a more standard, more comfortable type selection here with the Na and the Wukong that was successful in game number 1. Sejuani here going to be picked up into it, and it's going to be the Viego. So both teams foregoing the Lucian, foregoing the bottom lane entirely, and we're going to see 100% bottom lane bans here as the top side of the map has been locked away for both teams.
So once again, it's going to be Fred Brion who has to get a tempo lead in this game based on the drafts we're seeing right now, and we'll have to get ahead and control just like they did in game 1, but this time they're not going to be given it for free at level 1, so we will see the Lucian banned away. Remember, guys, DRX loved putting Deft on control 2v2, and then Corki mid, Azir mid, so the Kallistas, the Lucians, like, this is DRX's comfort zone. To have the Corki mid and just have a powerful 2v2. So I like Fred Brion saying, I still don't want to deal with this. I don't want to play around this. Kaisa also extremely strong with the dive setup that Fred Brion have put together here. So I do like that ban a lot. Both of these teams really playing this draft out so well.
Yeah, I think DRX probably a Rakan ban, just to take Delight off some comfort here, especially without Poppy available. It is going to come through. So, Fred Brion, if they lock away Xayah, I guarantee Deft will Draven it. I think that's going to happen. So instead, Nautilus will be the pickup here. Fred Brion, I mean, this is the most cookie-cutter draft. Like, these are probably some of the most common champions in their roles over this season, outside of the Nautilus, I guess, which was more the spring season. As Deft was thinking about Senna, I think a lot of people probably collectively groaned as, Senna will be locked in, so it's going to be Senna Kench towards that bottom side. With a Corki, I am kind of okay with it, because you're just basically dodging the lane.
The Tom Kench is going to be so valuable for the Corki too. Can save him, of course, and he's going to pick a GA up very early on into the game. The Ezreal here for Fred Brion is going to be able to trade back a lot of that damage in terms of the neutral fights, which I think Fred Brion absolutely need, because otherwise this comp is so one-dimensional. But I think as DRXer, you could have taken that tool away from Fred Brion in terms of the range and poke that Fred Brion need to contest objectives in an even game state later on, while also having a champion that is extremely good at late game scaling. I think my issue with the Senna Tom Kench here is that it's still very vulnerable to being ganked, right? Like, or, you know, not in the lane, but just getting picked rather later on. And even Tom Kench, if he has Devour to save Senna, can keep Deft a little bit more alive, can keep Corki a little bit more alive here for Zeka. But even Tom Kench can actually just be picked himself later on in the game if you do have a Charm into a Cyclone, etc. So without having something like an Ezreal, which is a lot more mobile and fluid, I think that this is a high risk here for DRX, but if it pays off, the Senna is going to scale up just as well as the Corki will in terms of her utility later on in the game, can give you some great mid-game team fights. So I do overall, once again, like DRX's draft slightly better for its scaling aspects. Let's see how this early game goes, because that is what this is going to be all about here. Fred Brion will have some pick potential later on, but they want to get ahead. That is the name of the game.
Yep. They also have a lot of engage options. Nautilus, as well as, you know, Gnar and Umpty being able to cyclone his way in. So a lot of the answers to this kite back poke style that DRX has are there, but Fred and Breon need to pull some triggers, and they haven't been as good at that one. So let's see whether they can get better at it as we move here towards a pause in game number 2. Interesting.
Maybe a rune check? Rune check,
Perhaps.
question mark?
Could be something like that, unless we're just taking some time to observe the rift in a more yellow state, which, you know, sometimes you just like to do. That ping, maybe, just maybe, the brush in the river is a bit of an issue, as it is apparently a barrel rune bug, as we do bring him up on screen here. So
Always got to check those early on.
And so got to check the footage just to make sure that it's a bug and not him making a mistake. And then we will remake if it is in fact a bug, and we will not remake if it is in fact him just not changing his runes. He was playing Karma though, so if you're playing like what, Comet Tahm Kench, I mean, I'm kind of into it. Tongue Lash, get a bit of that extra damage. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty guaranteed if you land it.
Morgan fan down there.
Yeah.
There's
Hey,
a lot
you're
on camera, by the way. Did you know that? Did you
What?
know you're on camera?
What?
Did you know you're on camera?
Oh, that's what the guy was saying. I thought you were talking to me.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, Wolf, no, I'm not. I don't think so. I can't see myself.
That just looked like a dad just trying to let his son know he's on camera. Might have been the case there. They couldn't sit together. Fred Breon's flames are on.
There we go. And that it also spells Breon, because Broody is flame. That's cool. That's very, very cool. All right, I think
Looking
we
for a-
might be... Yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to be doing here. As we might be going back to the game, or we're just going to be remaking the lobby, which I believe is what's going to be happening here. So I think it was confirmed that it was a rune bug, and so we're back in that zone, Wolf. I thought we'd said goodnight to this, but it's been like once a week over the last couple.
Yeah. This is at least one of the simpler, easier ones where we identify it early.
I'm in the dark, by the way. This was you being in the dark last time around, but this time it's me being in the dark. Hello, I am Atlas from the darkness. How are you, everyone? We could be showing this this thing in the background as well. I'm not sure what's going on there. I'll move my head out of the way so you guys can watch. Here we go. What's that?
Yeah, I'm not sure what game that is. I can't see the names. It looks like a T1 game. Oh,
yeah,
it's
this
the
was
game where
Carrier's
Carrier played. It's
Pantheon
Mad
game,
Movie.
right? We're just
They
going to
just
check
went to
out
a
the
break,
Mad Movie.
man. They just went to a break, dude. They threw us under the bus, man. They just put us out there like, you guys gonna have to cast English Caster to be on camera.
No, I don't think
They
so.
put a Mad Movie up.
I think they're actually like talking over it. I think. Oh wait, no, they're not. They're actually just
Yeah,
went to
man.
a break.
They went to a break.
Huh.
They just tossed us on camera, but it's okay. We're more handsome than a Mad Movie, so like.
I guess we don't
You guys
need to
would rather
watch the
watch us
Mad
anyways.
Movie because it's the Mad Movie, right? I thought that they were actually bringing up like something relevant, so that we could actually, use it to talk over, but not going to be a thing. But don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. You can watch the Mad Movie as well. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, hopefully, we're going to be into game number 2.
메가나입니다. 네, 세라핀 국밥 뺏었고요.
네, 순간적으로 먼저 먹고
아래쪽으로 맞춰라.
뭐예요? 트레스 오너 터졌어요.
네,
지금 세
월각 포화.
지금 뺏은 상태에서 활용도 좋았고
그러면
저요 따라 나오면서
아니 하나 생명.
하나 생명 잡죠 이 안타.
가라.
세라핀 역으로 뺏은 공도 대박이 잘 터졌어요. 세라핀 거 뺏어 한번 볼게.
나이스 얘들아 나이스.
뭐야 나 세라핀 거 왜 이렇게 잘 쓰냐? 미쳤는데?
뽀삐가 날리면서 변수가 있으니까
이거 몇 점일까요?
날리네요.
네.
아토스
날리고
아토스를 날리고
트런드를 오히려 트런드를 전혀 없어요.
결국 잡아내.
와 이게 점사가 됐어요. 그리고 앞에 합류. 월가포. 와 리브 샌드박스 전국 들어가고 아니
이거를 전투로
와 크로코
대박이네요.
안녕히 계세요, 여러분.
다 잡았어? 오케이, 나이스. 전력 먹자.
개잘했다.
이거 나래가 계속해서 포터 맞으시는데 리산드라가 이번에 칼을
달려들었는데 그 앞에는 트런들의 거대한 방망이가 있었거든요.
대리 쇼가 또 시작이 됐습니다.
전설의 에이밍
에이밍
와 트리플킬 또 먹어요. 트리플킬 우물킬
이거
예 기둥 세우면서 한번 보나요?
네.
한번 더. 이야
리카인드 있다, 그냥 들어가야 돼.
나 펜타 각이다. 펜타 줘, 펜타.
펜타 줘봐.
세 개 줘.
오케이.
예 매운맛
그림이 밑대지 돼가지고
저기
빠졌어요. 1대5요.
마비가 왔다 마비가 그리고 냈다 돌리고 다음 턴 그래도
그
저희부터 고스트 그리고 저거 네 신나 있는 괴물입니다 트리플 신나 있는 괴물 와요 그나마 루나 어떻게 되니 비디디 저 빨라야 된대 젠지 다 죽이고 있습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting into game number 2 very shortly here, as we're having a look at a DRX fan sign here that I unfortunately cannot read at this point in time.
It was like, I only saw part of it, but it was basically like, all right, let's end this really quickly and go home soon, and then they crossed that part out because they lost game 1, and then maybe also because we have a rune swap bug, so it's nobody's going home fast tonight.
Nope.
But it looks like we are probably going to be getting back into the game here pretty shortly, pretty soon, I hope.
Yep, this guy I
Fingers
think is going
crossed.
to the army pretty soon.
Yep, 5 days.
5 days. Very sad. But yeah, we should be very quickly towards this game, as I believe the players are almost loaded in. So that means that we've probably got the right runes, and we're probably ready to go. It's absolutely fantastic. Hopefully the rune situation will not last too much longer, guys. I know it's a frustrating point for everyone. But here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, here we are, onto the Rift for game 2. As already, we've got the 5-point defense system, no invades this time around, and you can imagine that there are a lot of DRX fans there having a bit of a sigh of relief at that particular point.
Yeah. Well, you know, this time, of course, it's Fred Brion on red side. That's usually the side that invades, but level 1's here. Pretty strong for Fred Brion, I guess, but still just not going to look for it. Don't need to in the Senate Kench versus Ezreal and Nautilus. It's not a vertical jungle situation you are looking forward to too much as Fred Brion, and you don't need it as much as we're going back to a bit of a reversal, but still our red side, blue side junglers, except just on opposite sides here with the Wukong and Viego.
Yep.
And Wukong not as strong with Ahri as a jungle mid duo. So definitely, you know, if things were reversed, you'd feel a little bit better, I think, about this Ahri pick at the moment. But I want to mention something here in terms of Senna. We showed earlier in the pre-show, for those who missed it, that Senna is kind of a trap pick right now, really not winning at all. and has fallen off quite a bit. Deft also has played it almost more than anyone. He's played 7 games, but he is also 2-5 on the pick here, so it has not been a successful one for him, and I'm a little bit worried about that pick in general here into all the pick potential, the Cyclones, the Charms, etc. So his positioning is going to have to be really good, and if he can manage to do that, then obviously there's a lot of power in this pick later on. But still, just want to kind of set the stakes here. Even Deft isn't winning on this pick right now and hasn't been doing it majority of the time he's played it this season.
Yeah. The hook is going to connect here on the bottom side, but you can see with Piercing Darkness and the fact that Beryl is going to be pretty tanky, there's not going to be too much that comes from it. So the center Tom Kench, I agree, I'm not really a huge fan of it, but it's into Ezreal Nautilus, which isn't exactly the greatest, as Juhan is going to find Umpty, or has Umpty found Juhan, as Morgan's going to rotate over, King doing the same thing. And it is just going to be Gentleman's Agreement. He's going to be backing away here, as Winter's Wrath not going to find the target either. And
Morgan
just back to
had
farming.
He had a great laning phase in the previous game, was given obviously a lot of extra money from that level 1, as this is the loss streak here. Teddy also not having a great time. We won't talk about Ghost until the next series, but I do want to mention that Morgan's in a matchup here where you have a lot of power as the Gnar, especially if the jungle attention is elsewhere, so okay, Beryl.
Yeah, you can see Deft doing a fair bit of damage here to Delight, as soon as he walks out, it does mean that he just gets poked down, but Henna farms quite nicely there underneath the turret, just one behind Beryl, as you can see, as he's going to get some vision here on exactly where Umpty is, just to try and deny that one. Great little snare to stop Delight and Henna from being frustrating.
I think this... This laning phase for the Senna Kench is pretty amazing, actually. It's going to be super powerful. It's going to, outlast the Ezreal in a lot of ways. The heals from Senna can make it very frustrating. They're playing it very well. They turned that hook trade into a positive one for them, got control of the lane. It's more later on rotating towards objectives, and when we get to neutral states on the map, that I'm worried that Deft could end up being potentially picked, or Beryl might have to devour early, and then the team fight becomes a lot easier for Fred at Brion. The laning part of this is absolutely strong. On the other hand, so I just wanted to point that out. Is up here we are going to take a peek. King having a much better time this time around.
Yeah, demonstrating the good old Sejuani and Dinar matchup that we've seen get better for the Sejuanis as time has gone on. But it's certainly a good thing to note, the fact that DRX are laning effectively. And as far as in even the 2v2s in the games that they lost, Deft and Beryl's center Tom Kench has been very, very strong. It's just navigating the rest of the game, like you were talking about, that has been a difficulty for them. So even though this one is working out quite nicely, I'd not breathe all my sighs of relief just yet. We'll have to see how they navigate the transition towards mid and late game.
You can see how effectively Deft is farming these stacks too. He's already up to 19. He's trading really effectively, stealing those souls away, just really putting the pressure on early. And fortunately, Umpty pre-6 on this champion in particular, the Wukong, isn't going to be able to do a whole lot, right? If he was on something like a Poppy here or a Trundle, then maybe you'd feel a little bit better about the lane here as Henna and Delight, because you'd know that pressure would be there and Deft wouldn't be able to just simply free farm those souls. But that's not the world we live in, and unfortunately until 6 is hit, they can just continue to be aggressive like this. So I like how they're playing the laning phase out here. Top side of the map here still looking good for King. As Deft is looking for a plate here, 3-6. This is actually insane how hard they are winning this lane.
And Beryl also has Demolish, so this could be 2 plates. And it will be, because Henna has no friends in the area. So that's just 2 plates already picked up, basically a Rift Herald, as there's still 2 minutes before the Purple Lady will be popping up in the Baron Pit. So DRX are just absolutely smashing this lane right now, and Fred and Brion don't have too many answers. And one thing that I want to talk about, Wolf, is the fact that Wukong was nerfed, right? He's clear, not as strong, but that was entirely mitigated by the level 1 in game number 1. Umpty is now largely being out-tempoed, as you can see. Speaking of which, Morgan gonna have to flash here towards the top side, as Kingen still has ulti, as Beryl chasing after Delight here. Henna still taking a lot of damage, and these autos are starting to hurt. As Umpty is doing this Drake, he should be able to pick this one up. But that is just a lot more proactivity from DRX, and they are still ahead of the play in this game.
Yeah, fairly greedy here from Umpty, but it looks like he is going to get away with it. Deft doesn't have 6 or anything like that. Umpty has Smite. Don't panic. Anyone at home, esports fans, it's going to be all right. will actually greedily take this scuttle too, so a lot of extra money going into his pockets, which he so desperately needed. That experience that he picks up from this Drake too is going to help him have 6 for this upcoming Rift Herald fight, which is going to be so critical. But, I mean, Deft is dunking on Henna and Delight so hard right now that he has a lot of accelerated gold, and the fact of the matter is, in this game, in this draft for Frederick Brown, they need first Herald, and Deft is going to be able to just leave Tom Kench bottom side here to look for this fight as Morgan.
All right, Juhan's going to come forward, and that should be a kill here, as Kingen was tanking the turret for quite some time,
no.
and oh, dearie me. Yeah, you're not untargetable to turrets, unfortunately, and so that's a bit of a flub. But still, that is a lot of CS that's going to go missing for Morgan. He has no teleport available, and still a successful gank. First blood money also in the hands of DRX, but just a little bit unfortunate that it went that
Well,
way.
it's pretty huge, actually, because Juhan is now not here for this Herald they wanted to do on spawn, so this really hurts Barrel's position, because what they were trying to do is set up for that pick, look for the Rift Herald fight with Senna there, while Barrel stays bottom, which forces a big reaction out of Henna and Delight, because if he's left here alone because he has Demolish, he can get even more goal here as the Tom Kench become more frustrating and more tanky. This has actually really hurt the timing, the fact that Juhan dies in this gank of the setup here for DRX, so Frederick Brion just leaving Henna alone, trying to rotate over here, but they will actually get a reasonable contest for this Herald. I don't think it's going to be a favorable one, but they at least get to try now because Juhan died there.
Well, I mean, can they? Beryl has teleport, and Henna does not. Is Umpty also going to get snared up? It is going to be the Rift Herald taken down, as there's the dredge line. Delight still going in on this one. Umpty going to be interrupted, but the Cyclone still does a fair bit of work before the Monkey unfortunately falls down. And oh, Beryl, he's hungry. And they're going to be able to get yet another one. DRX, yeah, they're mad about what happened in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, they got to teleport out of Barrel. They got his ultimate here. Henna will be able to take down at least one plate here, it looks like, but still, the engage there is so sloppy for Frederick Brion, and you have to know that the rest of your team is not there. You don't have follow-up damage, you know, and to hook in as Delight did there, but you're actually down in numbers. You do not have follow-up damage. You don't have follow-up CC, really. I mean, you do, but it's not ready and set up to go. That engage there really just fed over additional money to DRX after they're already in control of a Herald. So, yeah, it's a composition that you need to win Herald on so badly as Frederick Brion, but the setup in the bottom 2v2 going so poorly for them means that they just cannot contest this early on. Juhan, if he just hits one more auto there, ends up getting the kill and probably will get out with his life, but does end up going down. Guarantees the kill at least. And at this moment where the jungler is zoned away, cannot smite, engaging here onto the Corki, it's not a good idea. Flash from Zeka means he will not be charmed, and this is just a done deal. If Barrel shows up, which is arguably a success for Henna on the bottom side. Like, you force a teleport, you force a devour. Actually, I don't even think he needed to devour there, but you get it. But it's not worth at the end of the day. And Henna grabs only one plate, whereas DRX get a ton of extra money.
Yeah, and they also still have a bit in the bank as well, with the fact that Juhan can throw down that Rift Herald wherever he would like. You can see the gold, once again, up towards the levels that Frederick Brion had after that level 1 play in game number 1. So certainly good news for DRX. And for those of us who want to see this series go the full distance. As Henna, yeah, this turret is dead. And Frederick Brion are going to rotate over late. Full information given over to DRX as well. And it's just going from bad to worse here for Frederick Brion. And this is the opposite side of the coin, right? This is just DRX now with a tempo advantage, and it's their turn to never let Frederick Brion into the game.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Frederick Brion, their comp is the one that needs to have a tempo lead to succeed. And yeah, the same was somewhat true of DRX in the last game, because they didn't have really good CC or anything to come back with, but they weren't ever supposed to be at a game state like that. Whereas Frederick Brion need to be the ones who are 3,000 gold up right now, not 3,000 gold behind for this composition to function. Now, there is a lot of pick. Obviously, there's, like you said, it's a very cookie cutter. You have the Wukong, the Nautilus, you have Ahri. Like, you have a lot of ways to get picks, but at this stage, like we saw with Delight trying to look for that hook on to Zeka earlier, you might just get burst down if you don't have an isolated target. You don't have the vision to actually set up for those picks when you're this far behind either. I am not feeling very good about Frederick Brion's chances of closing this one out 2-0 at the moment, and it's going to get harder from here. At least they got one Drake in their favor, but, I mean, DRX are happy to scale.
They are, and I just don't think that the Drake stacking is going to be a thing that's going to be able to continue for too much longer, And like you say, the RX very happy to scale, so they can just pick up some Drakes a little bit later, and they'll be fine. Deft still taking a lot of damage there from the True Shot Barrage, but his Umbral Glaive has been completed. His Dawning Shadows up, but there's a Cyclone into the backline. Charm goes entirely wide, though, and they do manage to pick up Deft at the beginning of this fight. Great knock up there onto Beryl, who's trying to walk it out, but he won't be able to do so in front of Breon. They find the engage they're looking for. Package going to be delivered, but it's not quite enough damage, and Juhan, he's going to be able to Heartbreaker his way over, and even flashes to avoid dying. He pressed the potion button, and therefore he's still here. You love to see it. But
Fred
the Drake stacking is
two
there,
Drakes.
Wolf.
Yeah, the Drake stacking is there, and this is exactly what I'm talking about when I said I didn't like the Senna pick as much. Doesn't have any escapability, and even though the engage is onto Juhan here, you can see just how quickly Deft can be picked off in fights like this. They were trying to force this desperately around the package. They didn't have the prio set up there. Zeka's coming in late. And so as a result, DRX end up giving over several kills here to Fredit Breon. Still hold a gold lead, but this is actually a pivotal moment where a lot of money is given over to these carries here for Fredit Breon that were so significantly behind. Now, Fredit Breon have a fighting chance. They have win conditions they can operate around, and the Senna just so easy to pick off.
Yeah.
You know, setting up for objectives. It just feels like you know, the moral of the story kind of comes true here. You know, it's like, okay, mate, you could have gone for the Ezreal, you could have gone for more range, double down on the poke, or you could have taken a risk. And Deft's laning phase was amazing. He stacked up like 50 stacks, I think it was, like after that Herald fight in the first Drake went over for Fredit. Now, you know, he has a death under his belt. Now, they're still ahead, don't get me wrong, but it's moments like this that give you hope if you're a Fredit Breon fan that maybe, just maybe, you could come back in this game. He gets hit by True Shot Barrage here. Umpty hides in the bush. They have full vision control towards the river, so DRX are like, all right, we got to rotate over towards Drake. Juana's the one who's cycloned here, and then Deft is just left out to dry. Unfortunately, positioning a little bit questionable there when you don't know where Fredit Breon are, and DRX just a bit of an oopsie, let's say.
Definitely an oopsie, but fantastically played from Umpty there as well, utilizing his Warrior Trickster very nicely, as Juhan does end up having to flash, but will be able to make it out to relative safety. So, DRX retain the gold advantage, but these Drakes are starting to become an issue, and Hextech Soul is going to be a big deal for both of these teams here to see whether Fredit Breon can continue their love of dragons. As Lava on the flank now, Juhan is going to spot him out, as DRX as a 5-man unit is scary. But Fredit Breon, they have options, and Morgan's Narbar is in a good spot as into the backline goes Umpty yet again! Now it's Zeka's turn to be in trouble, but the Glacial Prison comes down. DRX are trying to collapse, but they collapse into a Gnar. Juhan's going to be taken down first. Umpty managing to escape for now, and Zeka is zoned entirely. Now it's King and Deft and Zeka versus the world, but Kingan's going to get charmed up, taking too much damage, and the power of friendship, it's working out, Wolf!
The power of circles as well in a choke point is pretty strong here. DRX had no idea where Umpty was. Both of his Cyclones get insane value as Morgan hits Gnar and is going to be able to wipe them out in a choke point where there's a True Shot Barrage all layered through. Like, this is... Fredit Breon have the ability to take these choke points and win extremely strong team fights here if DRX's setup is sloppy. And the other thing is, DRX, yeah, you're down 2 Drakes. You gave a few extra kills over to Fredit Breon before this. But this is actually not a Herald fight you need to force. So Zeka will get his back delayed, but it's second Herald. Plates are falling. You do not need to force this fight, and right now he's standing on a ward. Zeka gets hit by this first part of the Cyclone. Umpty decides, okay, I'm stunned. Second part of the Cyclone gets a double knock-up here, so there's no peel really available for Beryl. He does end up devouring Deft, but he's shoved back in. There's no way out. They are in a very nasty choke against all of the CC, all of the setup that we talked about in draft. Very difficult to execute in a 5v5 fight when everyone is set up on DRX's side, but the flank was good from Umpty yet again.
Well, let's see whether we see it again, as Morgan does have the Mega Gnar almost available, but we'll need a few more autos. We're going to check out how many summoner spells. There's basically none. And also, not a whole lot of ultimates left at that point in time. Either it was only Morgan, but he didn't actually have access to it. So DRX will be able to take the Rift Herald.
Yeah, the reason why that's shown is because the ultimates are the critical part of this for Fredit Breon, and as all of these literally come up as I'm saying these words, Fredit Breon need all of those to win the fight. They used them correctly in the last fight, but not going to be able to do it a second time, as DRX still have a really nice tempo advantage, and now they have a Herald to help solidify it.
Now Umpty moving on towards this top side. Henna completes his Muro Mana now, so 2 items spiked to come through for the Ezreal. Once again, going the Mythicless build. Going to be looking towards that Ravenous Hydra for the next one. Means these True Shot Barrages are going to be pretty scary. And he's been throwing them out off cooldown. Seen it over and over again. And yeah, this goal graph that was starting to look similar to Fred at Brion's in game number 1, right? At the beginning, it was like just up and to the right, you know, exactly how DRX would like it. But now, it's tripped over a little bit. And yeah, it's still to the tune of about 2,000 gold. But we've seen Fred at Brion not afraid to pull the trigger. Delight's able to hook his way in there, get some things done. And Umpty's flanks have just been amazing. He's once again behind enemy lines.
But it's the same greedy build here. Okay, Deft. Oh man, when I see Deft clearing words like that, I'm always nervous when they show the vision toggle. Was Umpty is again on the flank.
Okay, he's going to find Kingin, or is Kingin going to find Umpty? As Morgan's over the wall, okay, package going to be delivered, and Umpty's just dead. Sometimes you overstep the mark, as Morgan is going to have to hop his way out, and DRX should be able to get their first Drake. Fred at Brion, this is a 4v5, guys. This is a dangerous situation. Charm goes entirely wide. Nah, onto 2 into the wall, though, as Juhan has to ult to get himself out. Spirit Rush is going to be enough to get... or is it? Juhan actually dancing around lava beautifully here. The flash does eventually come through, and they manage to take him down as, Henna's True Shot Barrage doing a whole bunch of work. And Fred at Brion and DRX both back away.
You have prior. You actually take this. You fight this one. You actually take the Drake. Like they have the choke fight control, but they are still so timid. These are the moments, Fred at Brion, where you have to push your advantage. You have to take this Drake. They will finally start this one up, but a very, very slow start to this one is Fred at Brion once again. So much power on this Ahri right now, who just barely is able to take Juhan out. But at the end of the day, he is zoned away. He is taken out here. And as Henna returns, has that True Shot Barrage in the choke point, DRX are just not able to fight it anymore. Fred at Brion with a 3 Drake lead here now. Hex Tech Soul point in their pockets. And the fact of the matter is, an Ezreal is accelerated, and an Ahri is 4 kills in this game. And this is, unfortunately for Umpty, a very greedy flank attempt. But look at what is used here. Package. And Zeka doesn't have package for the subsequent 4v5 fight where they have a Narbar and ultimately zone control here. Morgan can 1v2 this, and then they turn, and Lava's ready to get the kill. So Zeka and Def just not able to do consistent damage in this fight. If Zeka has package, if he doesn't use it there, I think this fight looks completely different. So actually Umpty getting caught and drawing a package was a big boon.
Well, now we're looking for another engage as Morgan once again on the flank. Oh my goodness, the Lord is really here today, as that is a very dead Sejuani. Fred at Brion, they are not going quietly into the night, and they will just engage at every single moment. They're grouping up as 5, and they're just running at their opposition, and I love it.
Yeah, this is Fred at Brion now in control of this game, and like Morgan could side lane extremely well, doesn't have teleport anymore, unfortunately, but Fred at Brion can try to now clear up some Baron vision and potentially look to start that one fairly soon with the control of the map they now have. As this is going to be, you know, the replay we missed, the beginning of the fight on this one, but Oregon is just side laning, comes over here, has an R-bar, and DRX are just so desperately trying to take their advantage and push super hard with the wave clear they have, but they are punished once again by a flank, this time not Umpty's, but Morgan's, and greedy push here leads to a lot of map control for Fred at Brion. Now Morgan's going to take out an additional turret here. It'll be the second of the game here for Fred at Brion, and they have so much power and vision on the map to use this pick comp now correctly that I never thought we'd see because DRX were so ahead.
Well, I mean, this is how this comp's supposed to be played, right? There's a Corki on the other side. You have to just try and fight it over and over again. They identify when the package is available and when it's not. Their timings have just been really good, and that's not something that we're used to saying about Fred at Brion. They're generally too timid. They generally don't identify when they're good moments to fight up. But this time, it's been outside of Delight's, you know, overextension very early on, and their double ward that they just put down there. The coordination and the decision-making has been really good as Delight finds an Arctic Assault from Kingen over that wall. As DRX grouped up as 5, this is dangerous, but the hook is going to connect onto the Tom Kench. They're engaging fully onto him as Morgan gets another Gnar into the wall. It's onto the tank, but it doesn't matter. The follow-up's not there as Deft almost catches a house. But honestly, oh my god, Lava decides to hit the charms now as he does go golden to avoid dying there to Juhan. And DRX, they're running out of summoner spells, they're running out of buttons, and they're running out of hope.
They're running out of this game. Right now, Fred and Brian are in complete control. They were after the last fight, but this was a decisive fight win for them. And Lava is so fed. He's fully stacked on his Dark Seal. He's got 10 out of 10. Zonia's there, keeps him alive, and now they can just group up here and look for some objective starts. Morgan is going to go straight to a side lane. They want to take the small advantage and push it fully. Notice Zeka's half out of rockets when this fight actually breaks out. And look at the follow-up Wombo combo engage here. Untouched is deft, but he's not able to do enough damage at this stage of the game. He's not a traditional AD carry. He's a utility AD carry. And once you get that pick on the Kench, there's no tanks, there's no front line. It's really easy to just run forward here as Fred Brand because the Corki Rocketless is not really a threat. And they have so much front line here as well.
Yeah.
Fred Brion not able to pull the trigger here on the Baron just yet. Rather would take a reset because they were extremely low after that fight. But they are very close to actually taking that gold lead back here. But their comp also scales really well when Ari is 4-0-4 and has a fully stacked seal. Like,
yeah,
this comp actually can compete with the scaling of DRX's, even behind in gold when it is on the right players. And that's
also,
exactly right, yeah.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, like, they have the hard engage required to deal with what DRX are doing. Like, DRX are trying to sit back and throw rockets over and over again, and they can find a single target and lock them down. Their frontline in King, and if they do need to fight, is going to be there. However, the amount of hard engage options plus the flanking that's been going on from Umpty and Morgan has just been fantastic, which is exactly what you need. They're just ticking the boxes, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, Umpty, what I was going to say is Umpty is 0-2 in terms of kill death, but he has 6 of the 9 assists because his Cyclones have been incredible every time they need to be.
Yeah.
So, I mean, now Fred and Brion have control over this Hextech Soul, which is amazing for their composition. They are a pick comp against a Corki package. They're not going to bait this one out first, so DRX will actually have that package fight they've been looking for.
King and off to the side here, and like you were talking about, the package is available. Fred and Brion have to be very, very careful, and they may just want to give this one up, to be perfectly honest. The package shouldn't be available for the next Drake, and then they can take the fight on that one. But this is Fred and Brion, and maybe they just want to start the fight. It's Delight dives into the back line, another Cyclone, but Umpty is just going to get popped immediately. Delight's able to try and trade one back, but it doesn't work because there's a Devour. Now Lava's running away in front of Brion. You didn't need to do it. You just didn't need to fight it.
Yeah, and that's a massive shutdown onto the Ari. That's going to be given over to Deft. Huge kill from him with the ultimate coming through. Look at those Dark Seal stacks now halved.
Yeah.
And that's a ton of money into Deft's pocket. And like you said, Fred and Brion did not need to force this fight, and they were so close to pulling it off regardless there. They forced the package to be used defensively from Zeka, but they still followed through. They're trying to fight through a choke point. As this True Shot Barrage is going to go wide, it's just going to leash this Baron for them a little bit harder, and DRX now back in the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah.
In one poor overcommitment, Fred and Brion have lost control once again.
Could have been backbreaking, to be perfectly honest, as this Baron is going to get taken down. DRX will secure it. Hasn't been a pretty game. However, the amount of farming this Corki's done is absolutely absurd. As we have a look at this one more time, like, Delight, it looks like heroism, but, like, it's a Corki with package. Of course he's going to be K.
They just turn on to Umpty as well, as Umpty flashes for the Cyclone. He's just not in range. And you can see with Morgan's Narbar also just a little bit further away than it needed to be. Great shutdown here from Def, picks up the 600 and half of those stacks. But I think if Umpty doesn't have to flash there, he's closer in and can engage faster. And if Morgan has a Narbar, this is an amazing fight for Fred and Brion. But those three things, you know, were a little bit disjointed, like together great, but apart, just slightly separated there. DRX is just able to pick off Umpty first, win a 5v4. By the time the Narbar is complete and Morgan can actually look to turn the fight, it's already over. DRX happy to take a fight they need to take, whereas Fred and Brion could have just been happy to sit back and scale off of the lead they had. And like, yeah, you don't want to give DRX more time with Santa Corki, but this was not the fight you had to force. You still have time. It's only 26 minutes in for a fast soul. Would have felt amazing to get it, but now you've lost control of the game.
Yeah.
Still a lot of vision. They're taking away bottom side here, and DRX still have to respect the pick potential. This game is still anyone's to take. I did not expect this series to be this interesting, Atlas, tonight.
It definitely is. And now you've got DRX with 4 members over here. Sejuani's there. She does have teleport, and she is going to dive on forward. So it's a 5v5 here for Fred Brion into DRX if they want to take it. Good charm connects. But there is, of course, a Piercing Darkness. Now Beryl is just chasing after Lava. Does manage to get the Tongue Lash. A little bit worried for him there. He'd gone a little bit AWOL, but that's fine. Henna taking rockets, and this is how DRX want to play out this game. They want to sit here in a siege, have their disengage at the ready. And Fred Brion, they just want to fight, fight, fight. Nah is going to come back onto King, and he's dragged in there as well, but the follow-up damage is now available. Delight's trying to limp his way out. Lava doing the same thing. Spirit Rush is going to be there. Dawning Shadow, thankfully for Fred Brion fans, is on cooldown. But DRX gain the control. They should be able to break open the base here with their Baron and take down this bot lane inhibitor turret.
Can't get the inhibitor though with the respawns, or not the respawns, but the resets here of the Fred Brion players getting their health bars back up. They have enough range here to turn this around and defend. So Baron buff is going to fade away. No permanent damage to the base in terms of setting up for a backdoor angle or a cross-map play for subsequent Barons. This is a really heroic play here from Morgan. Wants depth, but will have to settle for Kingen. And Kingen is so tanky that it eventually does mean that Fred Brion can't push this advantage. They have a 5v4 fight, but all of their players are low because he tanks so much.
Yeah.
Follow-up damage and the Senna scaling, I think, is really flexed there by Deft in that last fight. How much he can do with just a few autos, with just a few Qs, with 3 items done. We don't normally even see Senna
this is
in most meta games get this far.
Yeah, this is also like the extreme greed Senna build as well,
Yeah.
with all of the stacking coordination of damage with the Ginsus here at the same time as the Kraken Slayer. You just get so much value from all of your stacks. That does mean you're extraordinarily squishy, and now his flash is on cooldown, his heal's on cooldown, and he's going to have to be very careful of his positioning with Juhan.
This is a huge moment for Zeka too. He has his stopwatch and 3 items. Will of course be ready to build a GA after they win this team fight. So this is basically DRX looking to win the game right now.
Well, Fred Brion, they're the ones that are going to start the fight though. Deft is immediately going to get exhausted, then devoured. Can he survive though? He's got a big shield. Henna in trouble, but he's trying to kite this one out. The lick comes through to finish him off as now Umpty's chasing after Deft, but he will survive. He kites it out. And Fred Brion, unfortunately, are just going to be left in the dirt. DRX, they can now push up the mid lane and break even more of this base as the Lord is going to try and return to his throne and keep it alive.
Looks like it's going to be a 3-gamer here, Atlas. Fred Brion heroically trying to bring this second game back. Backs against the wall. They were so far behind. Heroic performance from Umpty and Lava, but at the end of the day, this comp did have an expiration date. And once Corki had stopwatch, man, they tried to kill him again. And Zeka said, no, it's all the things Valdez hates in one champion, plus the item that he hates most.
Oh, dear.
All at one moment. And DRX will not kill the Nexus now, but the game is theirs. Because now this is a ton of money, of course, into Zeka's pocket. He's 3-0-6. Will buy a GA here shortly.
Yeah.
So the second time that he's attempted to be picked, he will, of course, have that res. Guys, watch Zeka here as the follow-up target. Like, they look for Deft, he gets away because of the Devour. Then they turn on to Zeka as stopwatch. And both of these targets, both of the carries that Fred Brion want to kill, have that option. Devour plus stopwatch. And then all of your engages used on 2 champions, neither of whom die. And that's the end of it. Like, that's how one-dimensional this comp becomes at the late parts of this game here for Fred Brion. And 2 defensive tools, just enough. And this goes back to why you and I did like the Tom Kench, especially in particular, of this duo that was picked up for DRX at the end of the draft, because it's survivability for both the Senna and the Corki later on. Now the GA is ready, package is ready. How do you lose this game now, DRX? I don't think there's a way.
Well,
TP up so we can go straight in.
DRX have been creative as far as that question is concerned in the past. So it's, I guess, not all over till it's over, but I think it's about as over as you say. But Fred Brion, they're not all dead yet, and this Baron is where DRX are going to be focused. I think there's possibly one last chance saloon, but Zeka has package. And so that makes this a very difficult proposition, as DRX not even wanting to start a siege around a Baron or anything like that. His package is going to be straight up delivered here to Fred Brion, and there is just too much damage available. Zeka, he has GA, Devour, everything, and the kitchen sink is available for this Corki to keep himself alive, and Umpty's going to go down. Double kill for Juhan as Morgan's trying to kite out Kingen, but this battle, it really does not matter too much as it's lava left on the fountain, and the rest of DRX are just pushing up the mid lane.
Yep, they are going to end it. Such a valiant effort, though, from Credit Breon. It really made this game a lot closer than it had any right to be. Not a good sign for DRX fans in that regard, but at least they're going to bring this one to a third and final game of this series.
Yeah.
Harder fought than they would have I think Fred Brion are trying to double down on their win conditions. Because last time they picked this into the Tom Kench, like they clearly like this into Tom Kench, and it almost worked out for them last game. I think for Fred Brion this time around, as long as they don't fall too far behind, they could still feel pretty good about this draft here. And Lava on that Ari, his comfort will be the Lucian ban to come through here for DRX. Not a huge fan of that, considering I don't think Fred Brion are going to try to win the early game and then try to pop off on this pick later on against Azir Aphelios. But just keeping it out of the hands of Henna just to be safe. I mean, you can't hate it.
No,
Not a big fan of it.
I like it personally. I think that you know, a second round Lucian Nami would be pretty silly, as Rakan's going to be the ban. I was expecting the Renata ban, but instead, like, DRX just don't seem to mind about Renata being picked up at all. So Henna and Delight can play a Renata lane if they want to.
They can also just play Ezreal here. Ezreal Karma coming to mind. Obviously having a lot of range against the Aphelios. The Tom Kench pickaway we could have seen instead of the Ahri could have led to a Jinx lane here for Fred Brion. That's kind of where I was feeling like Fred Brion could have taken this draft, as they will remove the Ornn. This could just be a Gangplank angle, though, for Kingen. You have the Gangplank into the Gnar. Again, play it better than game one, and you don't end up losing out at level 1 with an invade. Feels like a pretty stable option here.
Yeah.
We'll show the Lee Sin here first, which was already hovered earlier for Pioshik before we decide what that counter pick is going to be.
Yeah.
Ironically, Lee Sin, the best pick Juhan has had career in the game that he's not playing. Pioshik is playing the Lee Sin.
Yep, Pioshik going to come through and go for that Azir Lee Sin combo that we've seen so many times, being able to reposition someone a very long way, as Kai'Sa will be locked in. I don't necessarily see this.
Nautilus.
Yeah, this could just be the Kai'Sa Nautilus, and I don't think that this wins necessarily into Aphelios Tom Kench, but they do want the Nautilus just to complete how the comp works. And Fred and Brion are not a team that picks for lane. They pick for what can all 5 of us do together, and I kind of respect it.
Yeah, no, it's basically a better version of the draft they had last time.
Yeah.
Replacing the Ezreal with the Kai'Sa here so you can follow up on the Ahri engages, have that extra long-range burst.
The King and Lee Sin. All right.
Okay.
So this was one of our original picks that our Rascal made look extraordinarily busted into the Gnar. And it's Kingen that's going to bring it out this time around. Of course, he dabbled in it, but it was Rascal that was the guy that really made it look like a great pick towards that top side. So a bit of a different look here, and we'll see how the Xin Zhao is going to go into the Wukong as opposed to the Lee Sin.
Yeah, so I think for both of these teams, it feels like a different version of the game too. Like DRX have the better scaling, right? They have a Azir Aphelios later on, but they're still playing into a lot of pick, arguably even stronger pick, obviously, with the Kai'Sa. But the other thing that could change going into this game compared to game 2 is how Fred and Brion play the early game. If they don't fall super far behind, if they don't make poor decisions around early objectives, then maybe they actually have the ability to use this comp like a tempo comp and take early fights, not just the late game picks that we saw DRX fall prey to. So I want to give the edge to DRX in terms of how this comp scales. The Lee Sin matchup, they can play into the Gnar here very aggressively. But I don't want to just say, okay, better comp, better win here, because there are still some of those same pitfalls, some of those same traps that can be set up here for Fred and Brion in the mid game. If they're not behind, DRX will lose this third game if they fall prey to those same sort of surprises.
No, I 100% agree. And I think that, you know, DRX's lack of real solid frontline as well could potentially come back to bite them. But we'll see how they play it out as we hop into game number 3. DRX fans pretty loud as they look to see whether DRX can at least pick up one victory this week. Remember, their next match is against the Damwon Kia that are looking for revenge. That is the more difficult matchup, you have to say. But Fred and Brion have kept DRX honest. They took game number 1 after a brilliant level 1. And game number 2 was one where Fred and Brion still had a fair bit of fight in them. And now, these drafts are feeling a little bit less skewed. As far as that, you know, scaling like you were talking about, yes, Azir scales very well, but he doesn't have that ludicrous range that the Corki will have available.
Or survivability, yeah. Like, his Emperor's Divide can keep him alive pretty well, but it's not a Valkyrie or a package that, you know, can keep him alive if he ends up getting caught by something like a Wukong. His ult is flashable. There are ways for Umpty to outplay on Lava as well. So the laning phase obviously going to be pretty nice for him. Laning phase on the bottom side of the map, pretty good here too. And this Lee Sin flex that ended up going to the top side of the map here, you can see the runes pretty standard. Going to be pretty nice here into the Gnar. And there's a lot of power in this 1v1, but there's also a lot of power in the 2v2 here for DRX. Like, with Pyoshik playing this Xin Zhao, you have the ability to knock up Morgan, which guarantees a Sonic Wave hit, so you can kick, and then, of course, just go in for the execute. So Morgan will have to play this lane weak side and very differently, very likely, as the focus for Pyoshik is definitely going to be towards the top side of the map, you have to imagine, in this game. So, like, the way he's pathing this one out, you can see heading already towards the top side on his Wolves right now. I'm liking how DRX showed the flexibility here, and you know, if we hadn't seen Kingen prove himself so much this season and been he's been a really pop-off player on these strong side matchups that you don't always expect to see Kingen pop off on, like, for example, the Ornn. If we hadn't seen him do that, I would be a little bit worried about this pick because I wouldn't trust that Kingen would be well-versed enough on it in a Game 3 draft like this, but he's shown us otherwise so much this season that I think we just have to trust in this Lee Sin pick for now.
Yep, we'll see how it is going to turn out. As you can see, Umpty on his blue buff right now, and is actually looking for an early gank onto King, and he'll get up here first because Pyoshik is going for a full clear, prioritizing, you know, getting as much money from the jungle as possible. So, not going to be the case, though. Umpty is actually going to move back towards the mid lane. And with Zeka relatively low, he might be able to pick himself up a flash here. Devastating blow comes through, but Zeka is going to hold on to his flash button. And it's just going to be an equalization of health bar as far as our mid laners are concerned.
Yeah, there was a ping, a warning ping there in the river as well, and the follow-up could have been there. They just back off. Don't get a flash, but still nice exchange. Bottom side control here for Pyoshik.
Oh my goodness, Delight's flashing. Okay, Deft is burning down. Henna tries to find the Q, but he's not going to get there. But Umpty's here, and he'll secure it.
Atlas.
Oh dear.
Man. Like, also, let's just remind everybody that literally, Umpty just hit path down. I was about to say these words like, okay, so they're super far up. He paths down. It's okay. Kingen almost gets some extra lethal damage here, but like, he is literally there above them, and they are still pushing. Deft and Barrel are not reacting. They are not respecting. Meanwhile, Umpty is literally down there. They just saw him go down there. Like, where else could he be? And 100%, like, he's going to come down for the gank. They almost don't even need him to get those kills, but he comes over, sweeps it up. And this is just bad communication between Zeka and Deft and Barrel. Or perhaps they really just think with Tom Kitch at the stage, they're still going to be okay. They want to pull that aggression from Umpty bottom side to maybe try to take a top side play they didn't make. This is a huge swing in this early game.
Oh, but Henna does have to flash. Gravitum is going to, would have kept him there so that the Abyssal Dive would have connected. So, therefore, no flash on the Kai'Sa either after she teleported back to lane. Pyoshik is just going to get flashed on as they're standing on top of that ward, and Pyoshik's going to have to get the heck out of here. Beryl now as well, trying to Abyssally dive his way out, and he does do so as DRX punished once again for some positioning around the map. But they still at least have a flashless Kai'Sa to try and punish here towards the bottom side as they get the crash and now look to exert some pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, so Deft, no summoners, Barrel down in exhaust here. Henna, of course, did have to burn his summoners as well. So, you know, we're kind of resetting this lane, but Pyoshik has had to spend a lot of his resources towards the bottom side of the map, so hasn't actually been able to snowball this Lee Sin lane. And, you know, we see how this engage goes. Deft is pushed back here. Of course, does have to flash. But the whole issue here is really just how far up he was in the lane when they knew, or should have known, that Umpty was pathing down there. Maybe just hoping that the Scuttle was going to buy them enough time. I really want to argue this for the bottom 2v2 that had such a good game in Game 2 between Deft and Barrel, but this time, kind of an inexcusable positioning there.
Yeah.
The Lee Sin still ahead on the top side of the map here for Kingen, but the Gnar is going to be way more valuable later on in the game in terms of damage scaling and utility. Obviously, Kingen's always going to be a kick button, which can be very scary, but when you're playing a dive comp as Frederick Brian, you're not that worried about a Lee Sin coming onto you. You're kind of the one who's going to be making the calls to engage, etc. So King not getting the advantage he'd like. He has a 6 advantage.
Yeah. Also, does have 11 CS in the lead, as he's going to try and deny as many of these creeps as possible, but that wave is still going to push towards Morgan, who is just trying to hold on as best he can, just hunting for Q after Q after Q to try and get the advantages that Kingan's looking for here in this lane. And so far,
weak
so
side
good.
Gnar. Yeah, weak side Gnar playing it out right. Kingan gets small advantages here. And obviously would have liked to have a little bit more attention up here, maybe even get a kill onto Morgan. The snowball things, because Morgan is like, yeah, this 20 CS lead you have now is going to be less by this wave crashing through, and then, it's going to be much less important in 10 minutes time and then in 20 minutes time. So Gnar will actually also be able to fight back a lot better once he starts getting some items online, just to obviously itemize towards the plated steel caps to shut down some of that damage for now.
Ooh, Pyosik.
Pyosik's here.
Yeah, Wind Becomes Lightning, not going to connect there onto Delight. But I think Fred and Brian are probably kind of okay with how the situation is going. Def did hold the wave, and as you can see, it's in a not great position here. As you can see, Void Seek is coming through to try and clear out these minions as best they can, but that is going to mean that Deft holds on to a decent CS margin, I think basically from that wave manipulation almost alone.
Yeah.
And so definitely a good thing for DRX.
Fred and Brian want to try to set a trap here. Umpty does not have 6 critically, though, so I just don't think this is going to work. You could see he was pathing down to try to punish and look for a 3v3 fight, but without 6, he's just not able to do it. We'll take the Raptors, but this means DRX have prio for this Drake. Zeka has mid prio. Then look for a pick instead of starting this Drake up.
Yeah, not prioritizing the early dragon whatsoever. As Pyosik just going to transition over. Rift Herald spawned 10 seconds ago, and that seems to be on the minds of DRX here as Delight and Henna moving up towards that topside river, and we may get our first big battle. As you can see, that ward that we just panned over got a lot of information here for Fred at Brion.
Yeah, it's not going to have this choke point controlled, though. Henna does not have 6, can't engage from far away. This is not a good fight here for Fred at Brion unless they get set up a Charm Cyclone.
Yeah, but Morgan's Narbar is in a great position. Beryl has to devour very early. Delight flashes away, will keep himself alive. Emperor's Divide more defensively rather than offensively, but still, it does do the disengage that they were looking for. Morgan aggressively positioning as that Narbar is charging up. Q connects there onto Lava, but I don't think Kingan wants to go aggressively onto that one. And now Delight, looking for a back, wants to get that health bar up so that he can run through another round of spells against DRX, but I don't know whether he'll be back in time.
Yeah, Morgan just not able to get his Gnar here, and I think DRX have basically secured this. Teleport does come through for Lava down to the bottom side of the map, so they're just going to concede the point, try to slow this down, get some extra side laning done here for the Ahri, but I think this is the right call to make as Fred at Brion. You have a very slight lead, obviously, with that first kill. Going into your pocket, you can stave off this Rift Herald pressure. You don't need to all in and lose a fight here and lose control of the game. And I really respect the patience, as this is the follow-up engage that you really want here as Fred at Brion the Cyclone comes through, but there's Devour, there's Emperor's Divide, all these defensive options here for DRX in these early fights, which is why I was really hoping Fred at Brion wasn't going to try to force this, especially without Narbar. And I think better of it, they do, of course, try the fight, doesn't work out, they give Herald.
Yep. You just saw as well that Delight sidestepping that Sonic Wave is the only reason why no one died in that exchange. He would have definitely been dead there. Could have been a kick option for Kingan as well if he had have got the execute on the Nautilus and then kicked back a priority target. It could have been a big swing for DRX. So lucky for Fred at Brion fans that doesn't happen, but still, everything is working in DRX's favor for now, especially considering, the Aphelios Azir angles. Still going to have to see them make good decisions as this game goes on, because Fred at Brion, it's like game number 2. Like, they have a comp that you press all of your R buttons and hope that they line up right, as that is a flash charm, and Henna's here as well. Lava secures the kill, and Deft just overstepping one more time. No heal, no flash, doesn't use him, as I think he just knew he was dead.
Yeah, and he 100% was, even if he flashes there, I think. It's just too quick. The reaction time, even if you have it, isn't going to be enough to save you. There's just so much burst damage. The charm goes through. He doesn't have cleanse. If he has cleanse, different story, but he's running flash heal. As Morgan is like, yeah, come at me, bro.
Yeah.
This matchup here on the top side is getting better and better for the Gnar, as we pointed out earlier, starting to actually be able to trade really nicely here against Kingan despite the CS deficit. And Lava, once again, sets up a play, sets up a kill here. The follow-up damage Henna has is going for the Kraken Slayer. Has it early here. Means they have so much damage at this stage of the game. A lot of the gold lead is going to be shored up, of course, by this Rift Herald crash here.
Yeah.
But Fredit Brion, if they put their money on these carries again, remember last time they had a much bigger deficit than this, and we're still able to set up really nice picks. They have, at the moment, a slight gold lead. In fact, a 2-kill lead. And it's moments like this that you can just bet that Fredit Brion are going to be able to pull the trigger on. And this is unlike Fredit Brion of Spring, where they were just super passive and slow and scaling. They're being aggressive. They're looking for picks. They're finding them. And after watching this pick here, watching last game, you know, it's believable. It feels feasible that Fredit Brion could actually just continue to get picks all game long. They have a slight, very tiny advantage at the moment. But really, it's about DRX playing safer here, because a few more picks like this, and then suddenly, Fredit Brion are in full control.
Yep. DRX need to rely on Beryl a lot in these moments as well, because as soon as Fredit Brion do go for their engages, a lot of it is single target. Of course, Morgan notwithstanding, as well as the Cyclone. But if a charm connects, right, and they use that as an engage option, if they go in with a depth charge or something like that, then a lot of this CC can be waited out, Devour can be used, and then DRX can go for that re-engage or the disengage. Whatever they would like to do. Of course, they have so many different options when it comes
They
to...
even have kick.
Yeah, they have kick. They also have the Crescent Guard from Pyoshik as well to, once again, manipulate the battlefield and the Emperor's Divide. So there are a lot of ways for DRX to counter-engage against Fredit Brion if things can work out, but bros still need to go for these big engages, because there is only a Devour for one person. So when Cyclone gets multiple knockups, when Morgan finds multiple people and smacks them into the wall, then Beryl's going to be like, well, who do I prioritize? Which kid do I choose? You know, and it's not about having favorites here. Sometimes you need you need everyone to be all right.
It's a fine line that DRX have to walk in terms of being grouped as 5 on objectives, but not too grouped to where the Gnar is going to get a lot of value. Obviously, the Cyclone is going to get a lot of value. So they have to make sure that no one is isolated, no one is out farming too far forward, like Deft has been caught doing twice now this game. They need to protect him. Like you said, Beryl needs to be there, but he also needs to be staving off pressure elsewhere. So, again, it's a fine line to walk, and it's a complicated comp to execute when Fredit Brion are nonstop pulling the trigger and actually skill checking you every 5 seconds, which it feels like is happening this game.
Yeah.
So, this is also, again, the Gnar matchup turning. And I said, like, yeah, Kingen, he didn't get as ahead as he wanted to because Pyoshik had to be bottom side, and that's just been so true. Like, yeah, he has a 200 gold lead, but didn't get any kills, couldn't snowball this lane, and now side laning is also slightly becoming a problem here for Fredit Brion because they're going to have to deal with Gnar, they're going to have to deal with Ahri, who can side lane extremely well, can escape any gank attempts while she's out there doing so. I feel like Fredit Brion, I mean, this game is as even as it could get, and we all favor DRX because they have the scaling comp, and they're the stronger team. But I'm just laying out the ways this goes badly. I just watched game 2, and I'm kind of, like, still nervous for DRX here.
No, I agree. And I also think that there is a, you know, ease of execution factor that we need to put in there as well. I mean, Fredit Brion's comp is definitely much easier to utilize, you know, outside of all that communication with Devours and things like that DRX have to go through. There's also the fact that, like, Bro gets a pick and there's no Beryl there. Like, then Henna's on top of them. You know, you've likely got Umpty waiting in the wings. His positioning, as far as flanks have been concerned, has been fantastic so far this series. So I'd sort of give that to Bro, and you mentioned how close this game is. Maybe that's enough to make this very much an even game state for both of these teams.
Yeah.
But I think the next team fight is going to tell us almost everything about how this game's going to go. Because if Fredit Brion can make their team fight composition work in the next fight, then it could just be that they could use that to snowball a victory.
DRX have double Gore Drinker for this fight. They have a Gale Force for Aphelios, so lots of survivability between those 3 mythics. They have Devour available, Emperor's Divide, Crescent Guard, all the things we've talked about. I think Fredit Brion, since they don't have an angle here to pick, I'd rather than just leave Kai'Sa bottom, grab a turret here as they are doing, and then just kind of slow this Herald down, threaten it, but don't actually commit to it. And I think this is exactly what Fredit Brion wants. And that's exactly what they're doing, is just not giving DRX an opportunity to accelerate these late game parries and just try to get advantages elsewhere. It's second Herald. This mid turret is more than half health. Like, they shouldn't be worried about losing control of this.
Yeah, Beryl, you could see, was actually looking for Umpty, but it's Umpty that's found him. A Charm's going to connect there as well. You can't devour yourself, Beryl! Oh no! Now Pioshik looking for a counter engage, but the Cyclone's going to have another charge. And yeah, Shirley, she got a headbutt off, but it doesn't actually do anything here. As Umpty is going to disappear, his Playful Trickster is going to come on through there, as that's not the name of that ability, that's Fizz's E. As Lava, he's going to get engaged on. There's the kick flash, and Lava does go golden. That's going to buy a bit of time as Umpty goes for the re-engage. Henner into the back line, but he's going to get divided and destroyed. Not sure about that particular decision, my friend, as the Drake is still alive, and now DRX might be able to take that one as a trophy.
Yeah, they need to take this one, because without that, I still think this is a superior trade for Fredit Breon. One small mistake here ends up leading, from Lava's positioning, ends up leading to Henna's death. But man, they got 2 turrets in the interim. They got 2 outers, top and bottom. Were able to, as 3, defend and grab a pick onto Barrel here. Like, this was actually Fredit Breon trading up in every single way. As Barrel looks for an engage here and is now out in no man's land, he's even hitting that ward super greedy, hoping there's going to be a follow-up, somebody's going to save him, while Kingan's on the other side of the fight dropping Herald. Then Lava ends up being out of position here, has to stopwatch after he's kicked, which means that, Henna tries to follow through, and they're like, okay, we can turn this fight, but they don't have Cyclone. Crescent Guard is really nice here. The follow-up, Empress Divide, sent Henna from one side of the map to the other, and he is picked, so small error here will lead to the Drake going over to DRX, but the moments leading up to that were so Fredit Breon favored.
Yeah.
And still very scary situation here for DRX, so you cannot continue to be picked like this. This is really reminding me of that Kwangdong series we watched just last week, where they had all the right win conditions. They had the late game comp, and they just didn't know how to play it out correctly, and so they ended up losing, even though we were like, oh, 100% they win this draft. Feels like that in this case too, and DRX are still getting caught. They're still out of position, and I give them a better chance than I gave Kwangdong in that series where they had the Gangplank utility build and stuff like that. This time just really feels like they need to tighten it up, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do that this game. Like, making an adaptation on how they're positioning, playing slower, playing safer, is what they need to be doing right now, that they are not.
Yeah.
Feels like this game is still anyone's to take.
It's a difficult one. I do feel like the vibe I'm getting is that Fredit Breon are more hungry in this particular game. But Kingan found a great kick angle the last time around. His Lee Sin has definitely been passing the eye test for now. But he's likely going to get caster cursed by Atlas right here. But no, they're not going to close in. Thank you very much, Fredit Breon, for not making me look like an absolute jerk there. As Lava testing the waters, trying out the spacing. As, all right, Charm is going to connect. Once again, they're going onto the Tom Kench, but into the back line goes Umpty. It's an Emperor's Divide onto only one. The Nara's into the wall. And Barrel is taken down. The target selection from Fredit Breon, fantastic once again, but they're diving a turret. Delight went too far forward. Umpty, his Warrior Trickster, is going to get taken down, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
I mean, Fredit Breon, they want to push this advantage super hard. They want to take this and say, I don't want just Barrel. I want actually Zeka. I want depth. I want multiple kills. I want to keep this advantage so big that DRX can't come back. But they overextend here. They end up losing Delight. DRX getting some extra gold back. And, a 1,000 gold lead here is not enough to say, okay, I feel really good about Fredit Breon's chances to close this one out, especially when the follow-up engages have been so sloppy. I don't think you want to fight this one, King, and he's going to look for
cooldown, but he's still going to have a fair bit. Foxfire, of course, is going to be enough to deter King for the moment. As Morgan comes down towards the bottom side.
Everfrost, Zonia's, I was really worried for a second there. But yeah, this is when you see so much coordination here. Look at Umpty on the flank over the wall, and look at Morgan. He's building a Narbar while trading with Deft, and Emperor's Divide knocks Umpty out, but Morgan's got this choke point locked down. Zeka is not hit critically by that Gnar. If he is hit, this is actually a kill onto him, and they don't dive the turret. They don't end up losing Delight. So just barely escaped there. The flash there on the Azir. Zeka gets out with his life. But man, Fredit Breon are just so good at setting up these fights and forcing them. And in the past, when we run this composition, Ahri without a Viego, Gnar with a Kai'Sa, very few teams have been able to pull this off, so much so that we're like, ooh, we don't really like Ahri right now. But Fredit Breon, they are really pushing the envelope. Now, still, DRX grab a turret here, have Baron control right now, still have the better scaling comp. But I just want to give credit where it's due here for Fredit Breon with how well they are setting up these fights.
No, I agree, 100%. Barrel also has just been picked off, and you can see Fredit Breon want to deny the value that you can get from the Devour. And with the amount of AoE CC that they have available, as well as very deliberate pick CC from a couple of the members as well, it means that they can just decide to kill Tom Kench first, and then these team fights are looking so much better. But DRX, I haven't really seen a fight on their terms just yet.
Yeah.
Some of the Emperor's Divides have been good, but oftentimes it's just hitting Umpty and his clone, right? And sometimes to a play-by-play commentator, they look exciting, but that is just 2 Wukongs, when really there's just 1 Wukong in the game. That's not the high value that it can necessarily get. As King in here towards the bottom side should be able to take this turret for himself, and DRX should be able to get themselves back to gold parity.
For me, the Emperor's Divides have been really good in keeping Zeka alive and setting up for longer fights for DRX, but after the Emperor's Divide protects DRX, after the Devour protects DRX, Barrel doesn't die, then they have a great front line for the carries to actually damage. Zeka's autos.
Yeah,
okay,
Umpty going in yet again, but he's taking a lot of damage. Lava hunting for a charm as Barrel still sitting at 50% as now DRX on the re-engage. But Morgan, he's got other things to say. The Devour going to be used onto the Xin Zhao, but Barrel is down so extraordinarily low. Kingen diving into the back line, but immediately he's going to get CC'd, and 2 have already been picked off. The Emperor's Divide secures 2. The bottom lane has been taken out, and DRX have outlasted them this time. They are now going to look for this Drake as well as Umpty. He can get behind here. He can go for the steal, and he is going to be able to do it. Gets into the pit, steals it away, and he's going to die, but he's going to do so after typing worth in all chat.
I still think this is definitely a huge win for DRX. They win the team fight swimmingly. Nice steal from Umpty will at least make it feel less bad. You know, it's 1 Drake away from the Ocean Soul here for DRX. But the point I was going to make before you saw the engage is, if you can disengage here against the comp of Frederibrion, it matters when Deft and Zeka can free hit. Because this is the first time that the 2 carries are, yes, knocked up in the end of this, but they are at full health, not afraid of anything. And Kingen tries so desperately to look for a nice kick play here. It doesn't matter. But Morgan is on top of him. The damage is on Deft and Zeka. Deft and Zeka, full health. Deft and Zeka popping off. Triple kill for Zeka. Kingen is trying to be a hero. Doesn't matter. This is not about him.
Yeah.
Like, Barrel trying to be a hero? No, it's not about you, actually. Like, you're just bait now. And Emperor's Divide means they can't chase further. 5-0-2. He was at 2 kills before that triple. Now he has, he's halfway to a death cap. Like,
this
this
is a
was
lot of money.
the game-winning moment for DRX, basically. This was the game turning and winning moment. It was very close until it wasn't. Until they finally actually got a proper team fight with their backline.
Yeah, and it looked really worrying, because Kingen kicking back, Morgan ready to Mega Gnar. I was like, oh, this ain't it. That's not how it's supposed to go. However, DRX made it work, and it was only the front line that really got stunned up. And like you say, if Deft and Zeka are alive, they are so much damage, and it's going to get worse before it gets better here for Frederibrion.
Going back to your point, like, if the Emperor's Divide only hits 2 Wukongs, 1 in the clone, that's good enough if it means that the AD carry isn't under any danger. It means that the Azir is not under any danger, and so... yeah, that's not how the Emperor's Divide was used on that last fight, but you could see if the space is there, period, by Devour or by Emperor's Divide or defensive kicks or Crescent Guard, like, DRX will win these fights every time. Even with a Kraken Slayer as the item choice here for Hannah, he just will not be able to compete with an Aphelios. He was up an item or half an item for a while. Now they're on item parity. It is looking very good here for DRX now.
It is. However, if Frederibrion still managed to find that priority target, lock him down, you know, then you've got Hannah doing all that consistent damage, right? If it's one of Zeka or Deft that die after Beryl is immediately blown up, which seems to be the Frederibrion game plan, then things look very different. But if DRX are able to disengage enough in order to get that the re-engage rolling, then as we just saw in that last fight, it gets so tough. However, they weren't able to get themselves a Baron, and that means that this game is still pretty up in the air. It's only 1,000 gold, kind of means nothing here at 25.5 minutes. And Bro do find themselves some control of this topside river, sort of out of nowhere. Catching Deft on a reset might be part of what did it, and he's looking for his 3rd item. Should be coming up relatively shortly. Well, Dominic's was where he stopped off before he goes towards his Infinity Edge this time. Still with some brown bags, but that should be upgraded relatively soon.
the ways in which Frederick Breon win fights and get picks against all of this disengage are much stronger in the early mid because there isn't enough damage to punish them. So even an Ahri who gets a charm forward in this game state onto even an Azir, the follow-up damage from Deft and then Zeka once he gets out of the charm is so strong that he'll be burst down. The same can be true of a Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa ults, there is no cancel button. There's no, I'm getting out of this. Like, you ult in as Kai'Sa, you will be exploded by all the damage here at DRX. All of the disengage tools on Umpty, the kicks, etc. We've talked about it a million times. I'm not going to list all of them.
Oh.
This time you have the damage to follow it up at least. Deft has no idea.
This is very dangerous. The hook is going to come through. The Devour is going to be there as Deft Beryl had to flash for it. Emperor's Divide comes through as Deft stays alive for way too long as Umpty is trying to get himself out of there. Lava to do the same as Kingen flashes forward immediately, picks up the 2 low health targets. Beryl is taking a lot of damage. He'll get gnawed into the wall, but Morgan is going to get taken down as well. It's a triple kill for Kingen on the follow-up, and I guess Deft was just bait.
I mean, he certainly was in this case. Frederick Breon committed so hard to this, and they had a nice angle. They had a nice idea. Zumpty does not have flash. He is not going to look to try to steal smite this one away. Look, I mean, the ways in which Frederick Breon need to win this game are based on picks like this one, but they're doing it on the enemy side of the map so deep into the jungle that the response time there for DRX is so fast. They can get over and punish so quickly. As we're going to watch this Baron go down to its dregs and actually be completed before we go into the replay, but watch how far into the jungle they are. Look at the mid lane. They know that Zeka is here very close by, and they still hard commit to this. So much CC has to be used. He's so tanky here with the damage, and this is what I was talking about. When you're a 2-3 item Aphelios, or 2.5 item, I guess in this case, look at the health bars of Frederick Breon. He dies, but he kills everybody. His health bar is down to half, but while he does so, and then suddenly Zeka shows up and he's like, well, I'm also a lot of damage. And these types of picks don't work out as well when the carries can actually just turn around and take your health bar as half, as we saw there from Deft.
And also, they were fighting into a brush that was control-warded by DRX. Like, Frederick Breon weren't able to get any sort of control in that area, but I think Kingen was just an absolute hero in that moment. Like, if he doesn't manage to find the backline there, then that's just Frederick Breon finding a pick and forcing a reset and possibly just getting themselves a Baron. Like, this was very, very close to disaster for DRX.
Yeah, for sure.
As
Kingen has a hero play.
They got a ward, so it's fine.
He's playing Lisa in jungle as a top laner. He's just going to take out the Drake. He's going to put DRX one step closer to that soul.
Oh, Kingen's completely seen here. And Wukong is still in the fog of war.
Deft, as long as he doesn't get isolated here, they still are in a nice position. DRX not really in danger.
That Emperor's Divide was so well timed. Zeka knew. He must have known that it was a possibility as Henna's going to get knocked back. He does go golden as Frederick Breon trying to regroup, reconnect. Kingen just going to kick him in the head though, and Deft has the follow-up damage. The Aphelios completely untouched in this fight as Zeka is fighting Morgan, and I just don't think the Lord is gonna. Oh, never mind. He flashes, he crushes, and picks up the shutdown. Morgan, the god, is gonna be able to salvage at least one part of this fight.
Yeah, one part of it, but it's a 1 for 3, and DRX trade up so much money here on their carries. Zeka grabs a 6th kill here, and we'll be able to put together a Zhonya's very soon. I mean, right now, DRX are frustrated by the fact that there's no game-winning objective on the map for them to take with the amount of power and control they have. They had the Baron buff, obviously trying to set up for this fight. And you can see there's just no realistic way to actually stop all the disengage. And Zeka's like, cool, I got Emperor's Divide. And he just waits for Henna to come on top of him. I think that's somewhat of a coincidence. I don't think he perfectly timed it. By the way, the response is the same.
Yeah.
The response is the same. Like, and the timing you're looking for as the Kai'Sa is to go in exactly with the Wukong, and he just unfortunately gets bopped there. And this could have looked different without Zeka here, but at the end of the day, it's really a team fight that's won by all engaged tools being used on, or 2 of your biggest ones being used on a champion who could just self-peel and has so much damage at the stage. As you watch him stopwatch here, had that available for the dive onto himself as well, so he was never really in any danger. But because he used it at this point, He did seal his fate
와,
against
나래요.
this Gnar.
좀 치는데.
I don't quite know what he said, but I
didn't
imagine
actually
it was
I
pretty
didn't quite
funny.
catch it either. But yeah, either way, he does go down. He's having a laugh about it because he knows that was a team fight that was essentially won by his self-peel,
Yeah.
regardless of him dying at the end of it.
Yep, and also, I judging by his reaction time, I think DRX must have had an inkling as to the fact that Umpty was capable of flanking them at that particular point in time. As you can see now, DRX going to move to about a 4,000 gold advantage, but still things are pretty dark towards the north. As Kingen is looking for a bit of a back timing. He will go back, but I believe Freddebrion know that the Lee Sin isn't in the area. Picks up a stone plate, interestingly enough, so it's going to be pretty tanky as he gets towards that back line.
Yeah, he just wants to be able to live through all of the CC and damage so he can threaten, but also defensively be like with the Sterox, the Gore Drinker, and the Stone Plate. If he's charmed, if he's caught, like Barrel has been caught many times, he will live to tell the tale and then can pick out whoever's on top of him. So it's just another guarantee that he'll be a peel champion. Basically, he's going to have a defensive ult and so much tankiness to set up for Deft and Zeka to do all the damages. He's like, yeah, I'm basically just a defensive Lee Sin. I'm not trying to kick anybody into fights unless somebody makes a huge mistake. I'm trying to kick people out and live long enough for the carries to really to carry.
Yeah, and if Henna dives in, he's got a broken stopwatch now. Like, if he just instantly meets Lee Sin's foot or fist, then he just dies, right? Like, if you just get kicked, you immediately get the follow-up. It's free, right? And then he's out of position and dead. And then dead, right? Like, it's so hard to play Kaiser into this if Kingen is going to have that more disengaged style. He's done a bit of both this game, and I'm a bit torn as far as POGs are concerned if you're looking on DRX's side, because Zeka's had a phenomenal game, but Kingen's also had a few of those big moments. So, an interesting debate.
I'm on the Kingen side right now. At the moment, despite, getting no real resources topside, he's turned this game into his own, has threatened so well, has chased so well, has been a great peel option for DRX. I think Zeka has also looked like a god and has been given so many opportunities to do so by Barrel sacrifices.
Oh,
speaking of,
not going to get licked, so he's fine, able to walk it out. As Freddebrion are positioning
the
for this
timing
Baron.
of this.
As Delight is going to walk over it. They're not going to start it up, but it was a little bit dangerous there if you're a DRX fan. They were almost able to just cheese it away. Delight was seen at the very end. Now he's going to clear out this ward, so they definitely know that he's here. Henna gives himself away as well as Freddebrion, I believe. All members outside of Umpty are completely known. Kingen's going to check these flanks. And Umpty is going to be okay. The Warrior Tricks are going to get spotted.
Yeah, he gets out, but I mean, there's just no way for Freddebrion to realistically look for a fight here. Kingen can check Umpty. Now he's 3 levels up and has 3 big tanky items. So he will just never have to worry. Teleport used here for Henna, who does have GA.
Yeah.
Now or never, Freddebrion. You have to win this fight.
All right, there's the hook onto Pioshik, but immediately he just uses that ult button. That's more disengaged. Now Lava is fighting against Kingen up towards the top side. This 4v4, however, has Umpty going down to about half health, and now it's just Morgan and Delight against the world. The rest of Freddebrion was split off, and this is not the coordination that I was expecting from this squad. Kingen also is able to get himself out. Lava is so low, and now Umpty is just trying to get something off the back end, but Kingen's gonna safeguard his way out. Morgan doesn't quite find the boomerang, and Lava is going to successfully at least kill himself on his own terms. But still, DRX have everyone alive. This is going to be another Baron, and I have a feeling that the Freddebrion backs are broken.
Yep, that should be game. Kingen's going to have side lane control here. His tanky Stone Plate is what keeps him alive while he's managing multiple players topside. Deft and Zeka on the bottom side of that fight are completely untouched, and Freddebrion have to win this fight. It is a must-win fight for them to win the game, and they'll have to win, of course, subsequent ones in order to still take it, because winning this one alone would put them back into things, but they just are forced into a fight that they cannot take. It's binary. It's so predictable. DRX saw them, wrapped around them, out-positioned them, and then walked towards the Baron with utmost confidence. We'll take it. And watch the engage here from Freddebrion. Like, They have a hook onto Crescent Guard, and then Kingan's like, all right, now I'm going on to Lava. Fred Brion decide, okay, if we actually collapse onto King and maybe win the 5v4, Morgan's here for a turn. So they're so split. Look at Umpty and Henna trying to decide between 3v1ing a Lee Sin that's extremely tanky, who has Gargoyle, Stoneplate, Gorge Drinker, and Sterax, or turning onto the fight with an Arbar. They make the choice to go top, but I think they lose the bottom fight as well. Like, it was a lose-lose scenario, but just watching them struggle to choose which losing option they wanted to hurts the most when Kingan is just so incredibly tanky.
Yeah, I think that was what it was. I think they were kind of okay with the situation if they were able to take out the Lee Sin, but he made use of those item choices so extraordinarily well. Now he has another stopwatch to augment the build as DRX are looking to close in on some of these turrets. They want to break open the base at this moment in time. Next Drake was secured by them as well, so that's Ocean Soul Point, as Morgan's just going to take a whole bunch of damage here from Deft, who lands the Calibrum Q, and throw some chakrams his way as well. But Fredabreon have to be so careful.
Once Zeka, or rather Pioshik and Kingan's stopwatches get turned into GAs, this game 100% ends, but I don't know if we're even getting to that point. With this Baron still up for 75 more seconds here, the push they have bottom side. Yeah. There's no pick angle here this time, Fred Brion. Like, you have to hide in your base. There's no flank. There's no option. This composition has well and truly reached its expiration date. There is nothing it can do anymore. Even with a perfect split like they had on the last Baron fight, they just do not have the damage anymore in a long-term fight.
Yeah, Morgan also hits Mega now. They can wait it out.
At 40 minutes, every fight's long-term.
Oh, Kingan's still feeling a little bit aggressive. And yeah, you're exactly right. Like, this is getting later into this game, and we mentioned the scaling already. I feel like that expiration date was already kind of up, but Bro had so many of these heroic engagements, and sometimes it looks great, and other times it looks just quizzical, very confusing. But this time, it does feel like they're running out of ergs. There aren't a lot of options. They're 8,000 behind as, okay, Pioshik is going to get charmed up. Now going to have to run away as maybe it's the Caster Curse. The Ignite comes through. There's the hook from Delight as well. Pioshik going to get devoured as Beryl's like, get back here. We've got killing to do. And Henna diving into the backline. Deft is going to get Nod. This is a bloodbath. But into the backline goes Zeka. He's looking to take matters into his own hands. And yes, they managed to take down Deft. But Zeka has a stopwatch. Oh my goodness, the Q is going to miss. Henna is going to fall down though. And now Beryl is chasing after the rest of them. Oh man, it was a mess. But DRX come out on top.
Yeah, DRX do come out on top, can just push down mid here, take out a second inhibitor. They have ultimate control as Morgan is trying to buy time here, set up this wave defensively in mid, which will actually buy time for Lava to return. Remember, no ult here for Pioshik.
Oh dear, but he's not going to find the charm either. Pioshik's able to move himself out of the way, so Lava unable to get any sort of pick. But they do buy some space, and you know, it's just a bottom lane inhibitor.
Yeah, bit of a sloppy engage there from DRX, and I think you play-by-played it perfectly. Beryl was like, no, like, we
get
actually
back
killed
in
them
there
to win the game. And it was not the right call to make at that moment in time, as a teleport here is, like, it's not canceled, actually, because Pioshik blocks the charm. So he's out of this fight. So without Zeka here, Morgan and crew are like, okay, we can continue to chase this. And then Deft hits a really nice ultimate here. Then Gale forces forward. Then follow up, stunned, knocked up, then wall. So, like, he's, Deft doesn't do a whole lot in this fight. Then Zeka's trapped on the wrong side of his Emperor's Divide and does end up going down after his stopwatch here. But, like, this fight for DRX, if they had just played it a little bit safer, a little bit slower, they crush it. Instead, they barely win it. And as a result, there's still, I guess, technically a chance for Fredit Brion. Because they live to see another day, another team fight, no Elder just yet. So we're getting closer and closer to Fredit Brion's comfort zone here. But I think DRX are, I mean, this is a series win for DRX, but it is not as clean as it needs to be if you're hoping for that upset to continue against Dom Ikea. They won last time, but you know, this is like where I'm at right now, where the only thing interesting to say here is, like, DRX have won this game, but it should have been a lot cleaner, and it should have been a lot prettier. It should have been a lot more amazing.
No, it should have definitely been cleaner. You're absolutely right. Last time these two teams clashed, it was a 2-0, and it was pretty comfy by DRX as well. So definitely showing that either they've been focused entirely on studying for Damwon Kia and didn't put enough thought into this series, or that this is just Fredit Brion getting better over time and DRX finding that there are still some issues here with how they're getting things done in this, like very similarly to what we've seen over the last couple of weeks as they have picked up loss after loss. Remember, it was 4 in a row. They haven't won in the last 2 weeks of the LCK. And even if they win here, which they definitely should, it is not super convincing. As Fredit Brion are inside this Baron pit as it spawns, and DRX are unable to get too much positional advantage. Control Wood in the back of the pit, though, gives them full information.
King has GA, and he's on the edge.
Yeah, exactly, but a hook is going to come through here. Delight going down extraordinarily low. As into the back line goes Henna. His Emperor's divided, though, and taken down by Def. Oh, no, the Henna overstep has happened once again as the Devour is used onto Def. He has a huge shield, and DRX should be able to wipe them out here. Morgan, he's been heroic for Fredit Brion, but he's the last man standing, and he cannot do it alone. Ace comes through, and DRX will win this game.
Zeka teleports bottom, and that is going to be the end of this series. Again, tonight is supposed to be the barometer, the temperature gauge between DRX and Damwon Kia, both the favorites in their series. We'll see if Damwon Kia has the same struggles against Nongshim later on. But DRX, they won it. They played the scaling comps. They are able to take out the Nexus in the end. But the path we took to get there over a rocky level 1 invade in Game 1, Game 2's mid-game, which was extremely shaky, and then an early to mid-here in Game 3, where Fredit Brion had a pretty nice lead, and it looked like the game could tip one way or the other for so long. And that's credit to Fredit Brion. They played this composition basically twice in a row to great effect. But it does mean that we have to criticize DRX very heavily, because until just recently, Fredit Brion was a team that had no wins, had very few game wins even. So the trajectory DRX is on, which is very downward right now, nearly passed by KT Rolster, is scary considering they have that Damwon Kia opponent later on this week on Friday.
Yeah.
And this was not the clean win that they should have been able to take. So it's a win. You'll take it, but I think you're a little bit unhappy about how it happened if you're a DRX fan.
The part when
You're just gonna have the front to back eventually come
And after the RX won game two, tell me about that strategy too. So Juhan in both game 1 and 2 did a great job, but we wanted to also give Pyosik a chance because he's also a great player, so we trusted him. We wanted to give it a shot.
Behind KT. And
you can see they're literally playing this smartly now, right? So Ming has pressure on bot side, right? Ming pushes in bot wave, rotates in towards mid. By having that play into Fofo, he forces the flash from Fofo. Fofo has to play defensive, so Xiaohu gets to crash the wave. Bot and also mid lane, they are pretty much crashing at the same time because Xiaohu gets the reset and TP in as Gala pushes in the bot wave, and you move across the dragon. It's these plays that they're setting up like 3-4 waves in advance that make it so difficult to go against RNG, and that's why you can see BLG struggling already with trying to keep up that pace.
And already with the Berserker Greaves, Breed saying, look, we know that the Wukong's on both sides, so going to be a little proxy farming, a bit of a Singe cosplay coming out here. And honestly, this is just such a smart move because he's already got his Grandmaster's Challenge coming out here, so he's got the resistances should Bin try to turn on him. And now we talked about this top lane, and we're going to say, like, you know, the bit of the breakup, the swap, the old boyfriend versus the new, and it's kind of Breed coming in. As Bin going to walk straight into him, but you've got the Wukong coming in as well as Fofo, so you're going to have to try and take this full fight. You're going to have to wait for it to be a solo kill, if nothing else. He does get some good counter-strike, though, but not quite enough to keep him alive. Loses his flash, and Bin ends up getting himself an assist alongside the kill for Khan.
Ben just posted a really hot Instagram pic, and unfortunately, Breed just, it isn't working out for you, buddy.
But spicy. You know those DMs are dinging.
but that's the problem. I mean, Breed just took around that bit too long. He went for the wave, which I really liked, then tried to go for the reset, but you had to know that Khan was on his way up towards that top side, and unfortunately, just tried to take the fight. Thought he could maybe pick up in before it came through, but bone plating means that he doesn't get the damage down.
No lollipop there for Ming right there. I did like what Rise did there. He dropped down the little sentry turret to make sure that he couldn't just go straight away for things. So you have to kind of maneuver around it. And of course, with no flash for Ming, as he did blow it in mid lane to try and catch out Fofo. Doesn't mean it ends up not quite working out, but got to be ever so careful when this bot lane has BLG. And we'll say, though, good moves from them so far. They are getting themselves up to a nice level 6 point, and actually can, with that extra kill, getting that experience means that he's already at the level 6 point, so you don't have the Keeper's Verdict here for Wei. He needs to be very aware that he cannot really take this fight right now because he doesn't have priority in mid or top.
Yeah, no level 6 at the Rift Herald is a bit of an unfortunate one for Wei. We'll try and finish off his red buff, but with no smite to try and finish that one fast. Looks like Khan will just get that, and usually you try and see teams try and cross-map for it, but Wei just not having the experience to go for it. And I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, like that he hadn't hit the level 6 already, especially as he was already even on camps, and like kind of been doing pretty well thus far. So I'm not sure where he exactly was wasting time that he didn't hit the level 6.
Yeah, very interesting to see now what the BLG jungler can do. And again, it's those little moments, those little small things that could be the difference, you know, not having your level 6, and all it was one camp to take, and then you would have gotten it, but sadly weren't able to take it in time. But we do see that top lane is becoming a bit hard to contain right now. Despite the kill going over in favor of BLG, it's still about 25 CS. You have 50% more CS than your opposition does.
And Khan wants to try and change that, as he will move up here. That's the counter-strike down for Breed, which means he is vulnerable for just a little bit of time.
He knows that, though, so you can see Breed playing this very cautiously and saying, look, I know I don't have my counter-strike, I know I don't have my flash, so I need to be playing this one very, very cautiously. I will say you do full camp side, bot side, though, for Khan, so he's wasting a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's nice from Breed. Oh, I was about to say he's an overextend. He's just trying to get the... He's just trying to stay within XP range, so he should be okay. Now Crisp is here, though.
Crisp is here. We're going to see the leap strike come out
Nice.
right now. Breed knows. Breed doesn't have any vision in this spot. So he actually has no vision whatsoever on the top half of the map. So he's just going to back himself away and say, look, I've got the wave crash as best I possibly could. Reset it back, and now he realizes, yeah, there was a pink ward here. Probably was dropped down by the jungler.
Yeah, exactly. So going to be able to back away from that one. But that was a bit of a terrifying situation. But nicely done by Breed, just trying to tether the minions so we get the experience, but willing to let the goal go so we didn't die. Crisp now going to move back to bot side, will be spotted out. But for the roams to top side, we do have a little bit of advantage opening up in this bot lane. Wave is crashing, so I should be able to grab the majority of that. But it does mean you get a nice reset off here for Gala, who's looking towards that next dragon as the next objective.
All right, Khan, you're out. Wait, it's your turn. See if you can make something work here. We are going to see now trying to skip to the I think realize he's already dead. There's nowhere for him to go. They can keep steadfast presence right up until the last second because they know there's nowhere for him to be, and that is a good smart play from RNG again. But it's being answered by BLG in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, this was always going to be the case that BLG would get the advantage with Rift Herald, and Poppy for Wade trying to move down into River to respond to this, but should be able to clear it out now. I think the best way for RNG to try and move around this is to have Breathe, reset, move towards Dragon, and try and fight for this Dragon in 15 seconds. But Breathe taking a little bit of a time here. He does have the TP, so maybe they just want to TP him straight back up into top side. But I think it'd be really nice to continue this stacking on the Dragons for RNG.
Yeah, it'd be very, very nice if they can make it work. 2 seconds till the dragon spawns. You actually lost a huge amount of wave there for Bin on that top side. Now that 25 CS is really starting to look more like 30, and even then you can even see it in the levels as well, a level difference for Breathe over Bin, and it's not even getting any better for the side of BLG, or the ex-RNG top laner, still the MSI champion, at least for another few months until we get back into 2023, but it's a long way away, Hector. It's a very far way away. We're not even finished 2022, but we are nearly finished July.
Yeah, this year's going way too quick.
Yeah, I'm noticing it like very quickly. It's just like, oh yeah, 2 more weeks and it's August. Oh god, it's just all of a sudden it's August. But just like you said, RNG gonna have that reset coming in. They have the pressure on bot side. They're not gonna be worried about losing a bit of a wave either. So they're gonna be able to get that second Drake, and we're not gonna have a Cloud Soul this time around. BLG looking to try and maybe contest it, but they don't really have their jungler in position, so not really gonna be happening. It's gonna be a Hex Soul.
Yeah, Gala will be able to get back down here to take the wave here, making sure that he's not going to lose out on too much gold. Breathe also did take the camps that were on the top side for himself before this wave was crashed, which means that there's no real answer for Khan to try and move up towards the top side. They don't really have the dive potential here either, so it means that BLG don't really get to answer very much for that play from RNG. So nicely done by the MSI champions, as said, to try and make something come in their favor here.
We got time as well, and for BLG, this is a team, or an organization, shall we say, that is just constantly chopping and changing. They're looking for that winning formula, and you can't really blame someone for trying right now. This is a team that every single year they completely change up their roster, they completely bring in new players. As Khan trying to make his mark on this team to make sure he keeps his spot, but trying to get this to dive on the top side, very difficult, and you will have level 11 for Breathe very shortly.
Yeah, level 11 for Breathe, and also you've got Fofo on the way, but they know Xiao who has teleport as well, and trying to dive against the gravity field and also the Chaos Storm as well is so difficult to do. There's so much AoE damage and just slow CC, they will just back away. This is what we're talking about. You don't really find anything on that top side for Khan either, because Breathe had already cleared out the Krugs, and you're still waiting on the resets coming through for Waze camps on that top side. So at the moment, RNG are keeping themselves ahead. I will say though, I like the build from Rise coming through here. We talk about the new additions to BLG. Going towards this early Cole means that he's going to have his Gale Force finish first, also going to get a good chunk of gold coming through from that. And this was an adaptation that we saw a lot back in spring when this was the normal matchup. Both players would try and get this early Cole, particularly the Jinx would crash 4th wave, reset, get the Cole, be back into the bot lane before the Aphelios had really pushed back at the wave. But Rise just finding a nice opportunity there to find a bit of an advantage for himself, even if it is just farming simulator in the bot lane.
Yeah, to be honest, it's just farming simulator across the map. We've seen a little bit of
I didn't want to say it.
Yeah, you didn't want to say it. It's all right. It's all right. I call a spade a spade. I'm a whale biologist. But even that Futurama, it's like I calls them like I sees them. Whale biologist now.
No.
Okay. Well,
Great show, but
great show. I'm sure someone in Twitch chat just like, okay, just like he got the reference. But yeah, it's a slow one, and it's going to continue to be a slow one. Even in 2.5 minutes, RNG are not the kind of team to really go for a fight that they don't feel comfortable looking towards. I will say though, Second Herald is something they do tend to fight for pretty adamantly. So this could be a fight coming up now in the next few seconds, but they haven't really got the rotations out, as Wei has only just gotten back out onto the Rift.
Yeah, it looks like Gala Ming at least trying to get the Grump on that bottom side. Does feel like they're trying to see if they can make some sort of play towards it. They get to push in the bot wave, but the problem is that they are going to be late towards that rotation, so not going to try and move up at the moment. You're even seeing Rise and Crisp instead, just going to start to lean back down towards this bottom side to answer the push. So it will again be BLG, who are at least keeping control of the top side of the map when it comes towards objectives. And it may help them crack open this mid lane turret, which could be a nice little bit of gold, but I don't think they're really going to be able to punish too heavily around the fact that mid lane tower is down. Like, maybe you can rotate Fofo up towards like top side to look for a dive, but again, it's very difficult to do against the Jax with that Grandmaster's ultimate as well. All the resistances that gives you, even the counter strike as well, means that a lot of the AoE damage the Fofo churns out is like diminished by 25%. It's just so difficult to actually get on towards this Jax.
I like how it's Grandmaster's Might, but if you ever looked at the icon for Grandmaster's Might, it's literally just a dude who's just been bonked by a fist. That's all it is. He's just like, oh, and that's it. That's literally the icon. So it's
yeah, Jax's icons kind of need an update.
They need a little bit of yeah. It's like his empowered W is, or his empowered E is literally just like lamppost.
Yeah, I really need to know what his lore is now as well, because his whole lore was, oh, he was too good of a fighter, so it wouldn't be fair for him to fight with an actual weapon.
Yeah,
so the summoners gave him the lamppost, but the summoners don't exist anymore. So now, why is he fighting with a lamppost? This seems like a weird. This seems like a weird self-imposed restriction that we sometimes get with like people who play Dark Souls and stuff, where it's just
Yeah.
like, you know what, I'm going like what's the guy's name who did the Deathless run? Hob.
Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about. He did
God.
like no armor, no nothing, deathless run. Like
Yeah, no, sorry, not the Deathless, the no hit run.
no hit run. Yeah,
was it?
sorry, not even deathless, no hit.
Yeah.
Well, in fairness, depending when you go into it, it could be a pretty hard one there. Yeah, it's kind of crazy the way it comes in like that, and we do see a bit of pressure now being put in by BLG. They're going to use the Rift Tower to crack open mid and gain pressure on this bot side, but RNG are in position. You didn't do the full due diligence. You didn't people keeping Bouncer on the bot side, so yes, you will get the mid tower, but you're not in position to be able to take that dragon.
Yeah, they've even rotated Breed down to deal with the Rift Herald in mid lane so they can actually keep position on towards this. We'll get a second charge, which is very nice for BLG, but with Dragon now live, are they in a position to actually look for this objective?
Here we go. We're going to see now a little bit of a long flank coming out from the Jax. There's the TP coming in. The Dragon has been started. The Zap comes out just to try and slow them down. You got to be careful of this poke, though, coming out from Xiaoho as Fofo now comes and kind of joins in his fight. There's a hook, not quite going to land, though, and that's a great keeper's verdict. And the verdict is, BLG, you shall not fight at this Dragon.
Khan is out of there as BLG won't be able to get on towards the Dragon whatsoever. So nice job by RNG. Breathe even looks for the quick reset to TP in to make sure that he's going to be in a good spot. And as you said, Fofo, I don't think he's going to be able to achieve too much in this mid lane now. Yes, the mid lane tower going down is nice, but realistically you need several members of BLG to try and group in this mid lane to make use of that fact. And you just don't have it. Breathe has control of top side. Gala now start with the Kraken Slayer should have full control over the spot lane as well. And you can actually start to see RNG linking up here to try and move in for a potential play on bot side, it looks like as well.
Yeah, and again, this is something that we didn't really get to touch on for BLG. It's like, yeah, they can get it engaged, and they all want to jump on top of you, but getting that engaged requires people like Khan, people like Fofo to put themselves in harm's way to try and make it work. And then all of a sudden, with the Poppy kind of being the perfect counter to everything, with the steadfast presence, let alone at close quarters, but also the keeper's verdict, you just knock him away. What are you supposed to do?
And it's why we're seeing her come through so consistently, because when you look at like the OP champions in the bottom side of the map, you're like, oh well, Zeri's really strong. All right, well she struggles, and Breathe she'll be fine to get out of here. As Fofo can manage to get him.
Fofo's gonna look for only. Does have flash available? There it is. Nicely done there. Gets himself past the wall, but they're still pushing for it. He will have the leap strike. Khan is coming in behind the turret, but you don't have a wave. This is a lot of resources you're pushing for this, and then it looks like RNG are gonna try to do the same top.
Yeah, so they're just going to trade tip for tat. Fofo invests in his flash, will be burnt by Breathe as well. So at least you're still kind of keeping even here for BLG, trading back and forth when it comes towards the towers. But RNG are fine with this. They know their win condition is going to be this Dragon that's up next, and even the ability for them to start to trade the map more effectively if they start to give up one or two. But BLG actually going to take a little bit more where they get mid-tier 2 and also that tier 1 on the bot side. So at least BLG still trading up relatively well in the equation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think BLG are just taking it in a very BLG style, if that makes sense. Of both teams want to go late. Both teams are going late. I will say Hullbreaker being picked up for Breathe right now does mean that that side lane threat becomes far more difficult for Bin to really deal with. And even sending multiple members against something like a Jax at this late stage, level 13, it's not even a guarantee that a 2v1 is going to be enough.
I think as well, like one of the things that we start to see a lot from Gwen, specifically in the LPL, is that they build for a team fight and they don't build for a side lane. And we're actually seeing it at the moment as well from Bin. Going towards the Zanyas will be nice to try and help him out against an all-in from Breathe, and will also be very good against, if BLG are looking for team fights. But it's not going to be very effective if you end up in a 1v1 where Breathe is just wailing on you with the Hullbreaker as much as, say, something like a Nashor's Tooth build might. So you can see that this is where at least Breathe should have full control over side lane, and gives you a very good of an idea of what RNG are planning over the next few minutes. They're not going to look for the next Dragon. They're going to look to try and play side lanes, look to crack open mid, look to try and get that tier 2 and top side, and continue to spread out the map and make sure that they're trading up when BLG commit resources for that Dragon objective.
Was it me to make the cup of tea? I think it was. I think I messed up with that.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. Caster's Curse come in. Min goes over the wall, but Chris does end up falling down. There's the steadfast presence. Great Moonlight Vigil to really bring down the hell bars to 2 for 2 at the moment, as Fofo getting burnt down here by Gala as he pushes forward. He's now in a 2v1. Not quite sure he wants to be in that position. He's trying to find out where this guy is. He gets him. Will he survive the ignite? He shall not, as Bree goes back in and will eventually die. 2 kills go over, and in a blink of an eye, we're in a 4v4 in terms of deaths, as both Xiaohu and Bin are the last ones alive.
Yeah, Xiaohu should be able to push in this wave, though, and Bin will collect it, but that came out of absolutely nowhere. Ming managing to get the engage onto Chris, but BLG fight back so well to make this an even trade. We'll see it here in the replay as we just get into it. So Ming spots over the wall that Rise is there, instantly engages. I don't know if he spotted that Crisp was there, but it doesn't matter. Depth charge will set this up. And Khan doesn't get denied by the steadfast presence, and then beautifully realizes, oh, I can go in now with the flash forward to set this up so they turn around. But then Gala decides to go absolutely nuts in this fight. Bin, great job using the hollowed mist as well to not get done by the chompers. At this stage, Breathe, he just needs to back away.
Yeah.
He should have just gone, all right, you know what, we'll take a one trade up. But now the dragon is available. Breathe is looking for the flank.
But you've also lost all your flashes basically on both sides. The only ones really having them are Crisp and Wei. So the objective was the flashes, and now you can go for another fight. Bin already down below half his HP as we're going to go straight into a full fight. They're going to jump straight onto him as he goes straight into stasis. Khan trying to find something here, but there's a keeper's verdict, and there's one kill going over to Gala as they try and make this one work. Fofo gets a good shuffle, but he's not quite on the carries. It's 2 kills onto Gala. Is he going to come back with the Penta Prince? He shall not. But 3 kills over to RNG, and this is why we see them skirmishing so much. You have to fight this though as Rise and Chris. Don't know if you're able to do anything as it's gone. Moonlight Vigil is good, but the steadfast presence stops the Gale Force from engaging.
Just about. Rise was very close to getting a kill there on towards Wave, but RNG would get away with the Hex Soul, and that is huge for Gala, who is massive at the moment. Kraken Slayer, rapid fire cannon, now had to pick up the stopwatch as well to keep himself safe in the next fight, and it was so close to going well. Watch Fofo in this fight. So Bin thinks that, oh, okay, well, Breathe is TP'd in, we can look for a flank, but no one actually follows Bin in this regard. We get the engage coming through from Wei, which enables Gala to go aggressive. Now watch Fofo, not actually able to connect the Emperor's Divide on towards Gala, means that Gala's safe. He barely doesn't hit him, and that's why Gala's actually completely safe in this fight, able to reset, walks back into the Keeper's, or not the Keeper's verdict, the steadfast presence of Poppy to keep himself safe, and then can continue on that fight.
And I love this. Look at this from RNG. They're saying, go for it. Go for the pink ward. Take the vision ward if you dare. But nobody's around, and no one's going to take that bait right now. So BLG very happy to save there. And RNG get themselves the Hex Soul. And that, it may not look like a large advantage right now. It's only 2,000 gold. But that Hex Soul in terms of stats and just the slow in general is so massive. Xiaohu, though, needs to be careful. He does not know that BLG have some surprises for him left off in the wings, but he has an inkling, so he backs himself away.
Yeah, RNG just starting to move their aggression up towards this top side. They're trying to get vision control around the Baron, as that is going to be the next big objective. Now, don't forget, the poke that can come through now with Gala off of 1 or 2 of these rapid-fire auto attacks is going to be obnoxious thanks to that Hexo. So BLG definitely need to make sure they're trying to keep back from some of that poke, but can land it if it's just going to be the Azir and none of the Jinx or that Victor around.
We're playing a very dangerous game there. Yeah, like it's like fair enough. You might not get caught out, but you forget the Hex Soul will slow you down. So
yeah, I will say, like, yeah, you've got the slow that can come through with a passive auto from Wei, but at least you had another soldier in the back pocket. So always the ability to try and scoot himself on out of that one. But definitely playing with fire just a little bit, as we're going to see now RNG try and slow down the pace a bit. They know that they have the advantage when it comes to 1v1 on the side lane with Breathe over Bin, so not really going to address too far into River until they know exactly where a couple of members of BLG are. I think they spotted it, yeah, with the question mark pings going down onto Rise in that bottom side, so we'll see them start to get a bit more active on the map as they spot out where BLG are.
Yeah, and look, you've got 2 stopwatches in the back pockets there for Xiaohu and Gala. Gala is almost at his infinity edge. He just went back and picked up a BF sword, so he is very, very close to that massive 3-item power spike and is going to be able to hit it alongside the extra little bit of safety that we know you can get with that stopwatch than his counterpart in Rise. I will say, though, the next fight is probably going to happen in the next few seconds as both these teams kind of look towards this Baron and try and just get themselves, again, another advantage to work off of.
This is the slow and steady from RNG, though, right? They're not overcommitting at any point in time until they have the pressure on the bot side. So right now, look at the minimap. You push in bot wave, they realize, okay, Breathe can start to rotate up. If a fight kicks off, we have the numbers advantage there, and we'll still get to keep our TP advantage. Now that they have the push in mid,
oh, that's a good hook there from Ming, but they haven't taken the tower down just yet. Ming will fall. He did get a heal there from Gala, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. You get the tower. A little bit scrappy on the execution there as RNG don't quite get what they wanted.
So it's the slow and rocky from RNG as they try to go a little bit too far forward. But that is a bit of an issue now. I mean,
from Ming, but they haven't taken the tower.
that they have the push in mid.
Oh, that's a good hook there from Ming, but they haven't taken the tower down just yet. Ming will fall. He did get a heal there from Gala, but it's not going to be able to keep him alive. You get the tower. A little bit scrappy on the execution there as RNG don't quite get what they wanted.
So it's the slow and rocky from RNG. He's trying to go a little bit too far forward. But that is a bit of an issue now. I mean, you've lost your support. That's your main engage tool down. Everyone else in this roster, apart from Braid, is a little bit more of a defensive style. So at least RNG, they've got to try and wait now for Ming to come back up. Means they've got to let up the pressure that they had on that bot side. But at least having the mid lane turret down will actually benefit them a bit, where they can use the Hexo, use the range that they have to push these waves, and then continue to get more control over this river on the top end.
Yeah, the big thing, though, I always have to say, and it's again a massive criticism we have for BLG a lot of times. Like, yes, they do get the kill there onto Ming. Actually, uses the flash off of the engage and Gala's heal, but they don't really force anything off it. They don't get top turret. They don't really get anything in terms of vision control. Yes, they get the scuttle, but it's not really, it's not going to be held for much longer because RNG can just keep running at it. RNG, they're going to force at least a TP out of bin right now because they're saying, look, we know there's no real wards around here, so you're going to have to try and fight us. And that Dragon or Baron will go down very quickly.
I mean, they know they're on it, right? They're literally standing all over that ward, but they're just waiting to try and find that engage.
Here we go. They're going to get the TP coming out. That's all RNG wanted. They're going to say, look, like you said, play the slow game. We didn't need to fight you because we can just get the TP out, and now you don't have that advantage.
And they don't have the wave in mid to try and just barrel down mid lane to take the mid inhibitor turret. So BLG just going to start to actually maybe swing back in here. I'm wondering if RNG will get baited by the number of BLG members we're going to see in this river.
They have a ward in the back of the pits. They know that they're starting this one up. So, but Wei did go back. You do have Hex Gates though, so you are going to be able to get back into this one fairly, very quickly. I don't think you want this fight, BLG, and they do not. They back themselves right the way up as they did see that Wei had made a very quick re-entrance to the fight, but BLG still hunting.
Yeah, at least they get one TP out of the equation. They do get Xiao who's down, but means that you still have Breed with that advantage. So it's not going to be BLG struggling in both lanes to match it. So at least they do get a summoner spell in return for that play. But with 30 seconds now until this Elder Dragon, RNG going to start pushing in this mid lane and look to rotate over. Nice actually Azir turret from Fofo now to prevent them from being able to fully commit through this mid lane and buy a bit of space for BLG.
Here we go, might see an engage. Ming was thinking about it, but wasn't quite there. We do see a Gala has finished up his Infinity Edge, so he's looking fairly powerful. They do land it onto the decoy of Khan, but even that can proc the Hex Soul passive.
But it's actually really good because now you can get to push in aggressive for his RNG without worrying that Khan has decoyed and is trying to get into your face. So at least for RNG, they will once more establish themselves in River, but Breathe on the flank here. Does know there's a ward just behind there, so we'll get spotted now, which means BLG might turn.
It's a 5v4, but look at Khan already. He's already had to go into stasis. There's going to be the Keeper's Verdict, try and knock away one of the perfect targets, one of the damage dealers as they trade the jungler for the support. You take that trade any day of the week. 2 kills going over to Gala right now as he gets himself a third. They're still hunting down. They're still pushing forward. Chris has to use himself and get himself out of that fight, but 3 kills go over to RNG, and they're just playing these fights so incredibly well.
Elder Dragon going to be available. Wei has Smite. You don't get to steal it, and RNG can honestly just reset and run straight over towards that Baron, and that means that you can't really contest this BLG, because how do you fight a losing fight where you've only just added an Elder Dragon buff into the mix?
7-1-2 now on this Jinx, sitting on an unholy amount of gold, and what's Chris supposed to do? Fofo went bot lane to stop that push. That's 2 towers off the back of that as well.
Yeah, so I mean, great pickup here for RNG and a fantastic fight. BLG think, hey, we see that Jax isn't in position, so let's go for the engage, but Khan gets melted before he gets anywhere. Fofo completely taken out of the fight as well, which means that Breathe has 1 target and 1 target only, which Wei does a beautiful job. Actually, the flash in with the steadfast presence manages to get the knock up, which CC's rise long enough for the rest of RNG to take him down.
And that stopwatch is now turned into a straight up GA, and this is where the bot lane gap's starting to become a bit much now for the side of RNG.
Are you saying that 4 items is bigger than 2?
Yes, objectively, it simply has more value. But we'll look at Ming now. 5,000 assists total in the LPL. He's still a way off of Mako, but the man, the second most assists in the league ever.
And it's hilarious to see the Xiao, who's actually the one sitting just nestled in behind him, so in 3rd place. So RNG definitely playing a team game, and this team game is working out pretty well for them thus far. Now establishing control on this bot side. You got Breathe pushing in on the bot wave as well, as the wave in mid should crash with the Baron buff, with the Elder Dragon buff there for a minute as well. Rise needs to be very careful about how much damage he takes here.
I mean, look at even if you don't even take any like direct damage, as I say that, I like the idea there from Ming, but you got the Hex Soul. The Hex Soul is going to do passive damage, which means you're constantly getting procced. Fofo has to flash this time. Ming said, no, we both flash, or neither of us flash. You have to use that particular summoner. Well, that's been happening. Yes, you get a tier 1 on top side, but it's not really too much ending for you there as Gala now gets aggressive.
Wait, he's dead?
There's the Chaos Storm coming out as Gala goes forward with the side of Xiaohu, and he's pushing him back onto the fountain. He's just keeping him there. There's no healing that's going to be doing it. Gala is eviscerating BLG while they sat in their fountain.
Gala is huge at the moment. 10, 1, and 3 on the Jinx. Where are you even going to send them? Like, let's be real.
Let's see what happens.
He just gets bumped.
He just gets bumped. I was really hoping it would just like put him really high up in the air. But BLG, you tried to play late game, but you are against one of the best late game teams in the entire league. RNG will take game 1. And honestly, it may have looked close up until a point, but it was so comfortable for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, look, RNG always know what they're going to be asked. The second they get to the mid-game, they just know how to take over. Better understanding of how to play the map, looking to get some of these summoner spells out as they like slowly but surely gain control around the Baron area. And RNG are an incredibly patient team. They never try to rush into things. They give you very little wiggle room, so they're not making mistakes that you can capitalize on. And you can see there that Breathe knew he had the advantage in a side lane. They played through that beautifully. They used the mid party that they have with the Hex Dragon as well to make sure that they can push waves faster and move into river. You just never got an opportunity for BLG to answer in this mid game.
Yeah, honestly, it just felt like they just took over. And apart from a couple of flubs here and there from Breathe in the top side and very small little errors, it wasn't really an opportunity, like you said, for BLG to get back into it. And for RNG, this is kind of just part and parcel. You went late game, they played late game, and you just kind of, you knew what you were going to do, BLG.
Yeah.
Sadly, they're a better late game team than you.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that BLG, we talked about it, kind of leaned into this late game style. We saw when Icon initially came into the roster that they were willing to take things like the Ari, trying to play a little bit more aggressive in this early to mid stage, and that was working out relatively well with Icon and Weiwei linking up. But now with Con coming in, they just feel more comfortable going in towards this late game, having Fofo try and step up and be a big carry. But great team fighting from RNG, more coordinated team fighting from RNG, and as a roster that has just been together for longer, RNG are showing what you can do with that experience.
Yeah, you never go swimming, and it's like, oh, okay, water, it's up to your ankles, and no beach,
Yeah.
it's gone. And that's what this goal graph tells me. It's just a drop out of nowhere, and you're in the ocean.
Yeah, and I mean, RNG are swimming merrily as they go through, because this was, I mean, just perfect. I mean, look at Xiaohu and Gala's damage. They just popped off at the end there going, right, lads, we're done with this game. I don't know if you guys are here or not, but we got Dragon Soul. We know how to abuse it. Xiaohu and Gala were magnificent in this game. And as you can see, although Gala was the one picking up a lot of the kills, Xiaohu was churning out damage on this victor.
But that's what he does. That's what Xiaohu does. Xiaohu doesn't need to be the front. He's been like this for years right now, but yeah, that's a lot of damage between the two carries. Yes, Xiaohu only got himself 3 kills, but this is what he's been doing for years. He just facilitates, and with Gala now stepping up consistently, it works.
Yeah, essentially 73% of the team's damage between 2 players.
Yeah,
Is
despite
insane.
Wei spending literally half the time in top lane for Breeze.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that is insane. But I think a really strong performance coming through from RNG, and unfortunately this does mean for BLG, the writing's on the wall if you stick to this style. You need to start to mix it up. See if you can bring some early game aggression. Maybe we actually see Icon coming in to try and bring that alongside Con and take the fight a bit earlier to RNG.
We'll have to wait and see what they end up going for. We're going to send to a quick break, but when we return, picks and bans for RNG versus BLG Game 2 will be happening soon.
BLG have denied Uzi once again.
Where were you when history was...
Well, it could be that Showmaker
disagree with it.
and they
Standard
don't have
stuff.
a strong. Yeah, they don't have a strong support for the Aphelios right now, which is a bit concerning, though. This could just be Jinx, Tom Kench for Dom 1 Kia, and feel pretty good about that.
I think that you just lock away the Silas. I think you're still happy to play it. But Talia is the flex pick of choice here for Damwon Kia, and that was actually one of the choices. Like, they managed to get the Damwon Kia Exodia last time around in their last match, which was Tahm Kench Aphelios Talia. Because if they get that in the first round, then they freely flex the Talia everywhere. Noguri has a gigantic champion pool, so it doesn't really matter what else you put towards that top side. But this is looking almost better, right? Because Aphelios in anyone other than Dokdam's hands, outside of a couple of choice people, not including Ghost, but you're not worried about that going over to the other team. It's just if Damwon gets it, that's the problem. So you may as well lock down another priority pick here.
Damwon have been playing this Talia so much. They are 5-0 on it. 5 of those 7 wins she's picked up this season on 2 players. Like you mentioned, the flexibility of this Talia pick is immense. Now, the Jinx was the one I was looking for in this option since they prioritized the Talia. It's now off the table here. But there's still a plethora of 80 carries that can be played here for Damwon Kia. Now, obviously the Zeri, the Kalista, the Lucian, and the Ezreal are all banned away. But I wouldn't mind Dokdam on the Xayah here, this game around, into the Aphelios. Could also go more all-in on something like a Kai'Sa here. There's a lot of flexibility because they have both safety in the Tahm Kench, but also hard engage between the Gnar and the Talia. They banned the Gangplank away, not going to allow Kana to play strong side there and try to put the screws into this Gnar pick on the top side. And let's see what Nongshim want to take away from Dokdam in this final slot.
Yeah, they could ban the Senna, theoretically, if they are worried about it. Of course, you know, Jinx Tahm Kench, Senna Tahm Kench are the 2 obvious choices to pair alongside it. Of course, you can just play Kog'Maw or something like that if you feel like it, as Damwon Kia can pick basically whatever they want. Certainly a lot of choices there towards that bottom side. They could go with, as Dokdam going to pick Ghost's champion away from him potentially. But I like the Draven way more, and that would be a whole lot of fun. 4 seconds as Dokdam's just cycling through a whole bunch of things, but it looks like Trundle might be the one. And they're going to switch over to collecting a jungler instead. So Viego going to be locked in here for Canyon, and we are still going to wait and see.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you don't necessarily have to keep the Talia flex hidden, because it's, I think, definitely stronger in the mid lane in this comp, and pick up a Viego here and just wait and see, because you don't know what the support's going to be. There's a lot of options. Renata still available, Leona still available, Nautilus.
It was always going to be Nautilus. It was always, I mean, it's Snowflower, right?
It is Snowflower, and he's only played Nautilus, and he will play it a 3rd time. So, fine. That's fair. I think Leona was a strong option here, but Nautilus is just so good with Wukong, Azir. As it looks like it's just going to be the Senna here into the Gnar, or not Senna, sorry, Sejuani into the Gnar, and this is a matchup that Nuguri has played both sides of quite a bit this season, and, you know, it's just, like, the guy is 6-1 on Gnar. He's played 6 games of Sejuani, he's 4-2 there. He knows this matchup extremely well. I think it's a strong pick for the composition, but I think as Nuguri, you're like, ooh, I'm going to have a fun time this game. This is going to be a really enjoyable one. I don't like the Jhin as much as a lot of the other picks available here. It was hovered. I just don't think it works well with the Talia. Something like an Ashe can be very oppressive, though, and that's what they're going to go with. They have so much engage. You can Ashe Arrow into Tahm Kench going for the dive. You have the follow-up knockups there from Talia. She's got her Weaver's Ball. You've got a Gnar ultimate. The execution, I think, is much harder on Damwon's side in this draft. They're going to have to be super map aware. The coordination between Showmaker, Ashe, you know, it's going to have to be really crisp. But for Nongshim's side, they have a lot of really great damage with easy engage, Wukong, Nautilus, fairly low range Aphelios, but the Azir somewhat makes up for it. You have a very well-rounded composition here. And if you took the nameplates away, I would have to actually favor Nongshim going into this one, despite the Gnar into the Sejuani. But you put the nameplates on, and it's like, ooh, I don't know. I mean, Nongshim have the easier comp, and it is very well-rounded, but it's Damwon Kia, and they have a lot of power if the coordination is perfect in team fights, and that's what Damwon Kia is most famous for.
Exactly right. They've also got the Talia again. They have Gnar towards that top side. We always look at Damwon and you see what Noguri and Showmaker are playing to see whether or not things are going to look good. Of course, things have changed a little bit with Dokdam being there towards the bottom side, and the Ashe Tahm Kench is going to be an interesting lane, but Kellen has been super good on the Tahm Kench, and they're now taking on basically the quintessential meta composition to come through from Nongshim. It's pretty much exactly what was played by Fred at Breon last time around, as we'll have to see how it works as we hop into game number 1. Damwon fans out in force today, so we make our way out onto Summoner's Rift here. And look, I think that the bottom side, the Ash pick is very interesting to me. I thought maybe Dom was going to go for the more aggressive choice in the Draven or something like that, but I do really like the extra map control you get with the Hawkshot availability. So it could be something that they could leverage as this game goes on. Plus, early game volley value is very, very high. So
it also means that, yeah, with the Halo Blades here too for Dom, trading against this Ash Kench, like you normally against Tahm Kench lanes, want to be aggressive, just try to shoot the Tahm Kench repeatedly and put his health bar low. You know, depending on the matchup, like if it's not Senna, you basically want to hook the Tahm Kench repeatedly if you can as the Nautilus, but with the Halo Blades trade back here for Dom, who also has Cleanse, you can actually die or actually trade very badly into this matchup if you do hook in as Snowflower here on the Nautilus. So he's going to have to be very careful with how he plays this one out. They do ward the invade, the potential invade, that is to say, and we'll just for free here, a little bit of a leash.
Yep.
And nothing crazy at level 1 this time around.
Thank goodness this game 1 is saved from what has been some pretty unfortunate level 1 shenanigans that happened in our first game of our previous series. As we do just have minions meeting here on this bottom side. Ghost misses one of them. See whether that is a trend that's going to continue, because right now, pretty unfortunate level 1 shenanigans that happened in our first game of our previous series. As we do just have minions meeting here on this bottom side. Ghost misses one of them. See whether that is a trend that's going to continue, because right now, Dr. massively far ahead. Double the farm of this Aphelios right now. Crazy.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's a good start, let's say. But like the positioning here, obviously, like I was saying, you don't want to hook the Tahm Kench with the Ashe there in the early levels. You know, you do a lot of the time in a lot of different matchups with the Kench. Not this one. We'll check to see if he can find Dread. Yep, and we'll be successful. As you can see here, this is the power of the utility Ashe you were talking about, the Hawkshot, giving you so much information as the jungler of Damwon Kia Canyon. You have now so much knowledge about the pathing.
Yeah, it's really, really smart. You can see a lot of undefeated champions here for Damwon Kia. Just one loss on the Narf and Noggery. And that is it. 6-0 for Kellen's Tahm Kench. Really, yeah, this is what we were talking about. This champion, I think Tahm Kench is like one of the main reasons why Damwon Kia have looked so much better, especially there on the bottom side of the map. As we're checking out the 6-in-a-row win streak for the Taliyah. Showmaker, he's had some great games, and Canyon, of course, he was the one that debuted it here on Damwon Kia. It was then taken away by Showmaker multiple times.
Yeah, he has also won 2 games of it. That was just the win streak that Taliyah is on. He's played an additional game Canyon has on the champion. Damwon Kia are undefeated. Their win streak of Taliyah was not broken, just Taliyah's win streak was, and still on a good streak, as Canyon is hiding here in the brush.
Oh, he's actually going to find this done here as well, as Cannon's going to get hypered, but is going to survive. Arctic Assault, pretty good ability as far as escaping stuff is concerned, so he'll get out. Absolutely no worries. Noggery just going to clear up the wave and drift into Fog of War. Could just be cheater recall timing here for Noggery, unless he wants to go and cause a ruckus elsewhere, but I just don't think there's all that much to do, and he's just going to wait for the next wave, in fact, so doesn't even want to go home early or anything like that.
I do want to mention that Showmaker went for the... He both got the Dematerializer and the perfectly timed stopwatch here. I might have to hold my thoughts on this, as Dread is going to... Okay, get seen on this ward.
Yeah, Nuggery,
he backs the second Nuggery runs away. He's like, aww. But yeah, I don't want to point out those runes because it's going to give him a little bit more flexibility here in the laning phase, and also we'll have the stopwatch for an early objective fight where Taliyah can dive in, look for some burst damage, look for some knockups with the seismic shove, and then stopwatch to be perfectly safe when the follow-up damage comes through for the rest of the team.
Oh dear, Ghost's going to get knocked up. And he does have Flash, and he does have Cleanse. He's going to use the Cleanse to get out, but holds the Flash crucially here. So they get one Summoner spell, but otherwise not too much more, as Nongshim, with control of the wave, going to be able to shove this one forward, and Dread looking to clear out some vision as he moves on over as well. I think spots out the fact that he wasn't actually seen, as he's looking to get a bit of invading done.
Yeah, is going to try to look for a steal on this. Might get away with it, 50-50.
Yeah,
they'll get it.
No smite for Canyon, yeah.
Yeah, barely gets away with that, so nice little edge here, punishing that rotation, because Canyon made a huge impact on both sides of the map here very early on in the game. Gave Nuggery that hyper proc over here, the trade that he needed to have complete control, to then further pull Dread around the map. Dread decides to then follow him down to the bottom side. He gets a flash, and Dread at least is able to smite steal that Gromp away, because without that, like, he gets nothing on the map. But Canyon forces out a summoner, gives topside control to Nuggery. We're going to match up that has gone so well for Gnar, especially when the Gnar player is being piloted by the stronger player in this case. And
yeah, I actually
just not a fair fight for Kana.
Yeah, I favor Sejuani in a lot of these matchups, but right now Nuggery in a lot of control, and it's Nuggery that really showed us that Sejuani can do great things into the Gnar if you can reliably hit your Winter's Wraths. So definitely great work from Canyon just to give a little bit of attention, like you're talking about, to try and right that matchup. Really, really cool. In the mid lane, though, BDD is ahead in farm by a decent amount, and Nongshim are looking to take the first Drake. This is looking way better. As that's not super great. That's fine.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's a lot of experience lost for Dread, and this is the timing where hitting level 6 is actually massive and very important. Will not have it, of course, this time around just yet, but he should have it for the Herald fight at least, which is going to be the critical one that he follows up with. So not the end of the world by any means. As Canyon is looking for a flash steal here. He's looking to take that one away from BDD.
Yeah.
Will not be successful.
Nope, just walks on in there. Canyon is going to help Showmaker shove this wave as threaded volleys fly through and secure that one. Whole bunch of rocks being thrown into the lane as BDD is able to catch this wave as it hops under the turret. No harm, no foul outside of the chicken that I guess he is. As Ghost pushes a wave in. So, honestly, I think this is absolutely fine for Nongshim, especially given the composition that they have.
It's natural prio that is given over by the lane states they have, and Kellen does not have 6 or anything like that. Ghost does. I think this would be ill-advised if they want to commit, especially with Gravitum available.
Yeah. Doctor really wants to get the arrow before that cleanse comes back off cooldown, as Ghost is pretty close to having that back up again.
So the lane control here that Nongshim have means they should be able to start up this Rift Herald first, but it's Talia at this stage, right? If Gnar has Gnar Bar, which Nuggery is sitting on right now, he will probably not have for the start of the Rift Herald, you know, then it can be a scary fight for Nongshim to actually take, but holding the 2v2 here, getting that a 0 prio, trying to set up for this, Dread's backing, we'll have level 6. I think this is a fight that Nongshim should look to force. They already have Drake advantage. Just furthering their lead would be massive for them on the Herald. Nuggery's there first, though. Talia over there with them, so Showmaker's scouting it out. They scry it, and they see that there's no Dread here, so there's a little bit more time for Canyon to clear Gromp, or rather, Krugs, before he comes over.
Yeah. We'll see whether these bottom lanes are going to start moving, as Nongshim have held on to control of this lane for a really long time and are now hard shoving. This is an opportunity to just leave lane, make sure that Dr. and Kellen are dealing with this, and then take down the Rift Herald, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Warrior Trickster going to get Dread over that wall, but he is spotted there, as you can see, walks on division. Lots of pings come out from Darmon Kia, as now Kellen and Dr. are moving up.
They can't stop him, as, you know, Ash down here alone with that wave that was pushed through isn't going to have the ability to clear this quickly and punish. Notice that Ghost is just coming straight back. He's like, all right, cool. I want to come over here. Ghost was always going to keep Duckdom in this lane because he could have just switched to Crescendum and gotten a ton of value. Duckdom's only going to get 1 plate here. As Ghost, you are...
That's a dangerous choice. Probably just wanted to go towards the turret, but it's also dangerous to walk over there as well, as a second plate is being looked for here by Duckdom. Another wave conga lining forward. And so Damwon, that 2-plate for Herald trade that you're pretty happy with, is looking to come in as Canyon wants to get this demolished proc and will do so. And Nuggery
Kana
gonna get some damage here.
Kana's gonna take some damage actually for that, but we'll get the money and get out. Same to be said, of course, of Duckdom picking up those plates, and the decision to force Ash into that turret and go up, I think, is fine for Ghost. but he just needs to have a bodyguard when he comes back to lane. And Snowflower should have identified faster that, okay, I'm not needed here on this Herald. I should probably head straight back, because Snowflower did really nothing, unfortunately, around that Herald fight, and then allowed Duck Dom to grab plates there as Canyon and Showmaker came over and pushed him away. That is to say, Ghost, of course, from the lane. Arrow.
Okay, Arrow flies forward and does manage to land on to BDD. Oh dear, he does flash in time though, and gets himself out of the way. So, no seismic shove, and that means that Showmaker couldn't get there. Maybe he didn't have enough mana.
Yeah, he's just super low. Unfortunately, they were able to get the follow-up stun there from Canyon, but just no shove. But still, they get a flash and Emperor's Divide here from a long-range arrow from Duck Dom. To see the power of the CC this comp has on single target, it is just unbelievable what you're able to accomplish if you can find that arrow hit from long range. No kill, but still you feel amazing about taking away those critical ults, that critical ult and the flash.
Flash is a huge one.
So now follow-up ganks. Yeah, follow-up ganks are so strong on the BDD in that window of time.
Well, exactly. We'll see whether that is where Canyon's going to go after this little jaunt towards the bottom side. Dread going to be here as well, as there's 4 seconds on this Hextech Drake. And Nongshim really wanting to take this one down. Hawkshot will give full information over to Damwon though, as they look to head up this river, take things down. Ghost dancing around here. BDD has control of mid. And Showmaker, he can weave his wall anytime he wants, so he can always be here. Damwon Kia, they're not going to go for it. Nongshim going to be able to lock this one down as okay, Arrow's going to connect once again. This is Dread trying to get over the wall as he flashes eventually to get himself out of the way. Showmaker has come through and he wants to kill his ex-teammate. Ghost will be taken down. That's going to be first blood. As Dread was backing in that brush, does cancel it, which I think is intelligent, but that is first blood going over to Damwon Kia, and they extend their lead to 1,500.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy about this, too, is Damwon Kia, if you think about that last fight where they almost killed BDD, had they been successful, Canyon would have had his stopwatch there, or rather, Showmaker would have had a stopwatch there, would have been able to come in even faster on that fight, look for a stopwatch play there, and so they were completely ready to contest this Drake regardless. This time, unfortunately, because they weren't able to get that stopwatch, it's a little bit late, a little bit slow here, as we're going to watch BDD. He stops his comms immediately when he gets arrowed. Flashes. And he's like, oh, I got out. Oof.
Yeah, wow.
And,
maybe
all right, so this fight, though, this is the arrow. As they catch Dread over the wall, they're just so ready to collapse on him. Then look at Showmaker come through. And Ghost he has nowhere to run. He can't go down. He can't go up. There's a Weaver's Wall there. He is just done.
He could have theoretically flashed, but I think he probably would have just still been dead anyway. As there was a crash in the mid lane. Rift Herald got a bit of plate value, but Doc Dom got way more. As you can see, he picks up an extra one just by chilling in that bottom lane. So he's pretty happy about the situation. Oh my goodness. Is this like some dark technology Ash that he has for himself here as well? Okay.
Yeah.
This is
We'll see what he's going to build here, because we have seen Imperial Mandate even on 80 carry Ash, but this is not that build, I don't think. So, well, we will see what he's got planned here. This is very interesting AP damage coming through here. Obviously going to have a ton of mana at this stage of the game with this, because every time he levels, he's going to get that proc from the chapter, and then he's building up stacks with tier. Plus, he has 2 biscuits. Like, he's never going to run out of mana. And his W is going to hurt a little bit harder when he is able to connect it, but yeah, otherwise quite puzzling. I guess we will just have to wait and see.
Definitely a new one for me.
Is he just going to like arrow at point blank range and then Everfrost and be like, aha, got him? Yeah, we will see.
I don't know, but I'm very, very interested to see how it's going to go, because I haven't seen too much of it. Certainly feeling like a bit of a hybrid type build, but it could just be that he built Leandri's just to kill tanks.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of health,
say that, like,
and you just add on hit. So maybe he just wants to do that instead of having to bother with a Blade of the Ruin King or something like that.
It's cool because Ash just in general doesn't do that much traditional AD damage compared to a lot of the late game AD carries we have in the meta, and so, you know, this build that she goes for feels like a different low-range version of like AP Kai'Sa, where your value is going to be extended over time in longer trades and fights, and she's going to be seeing a lot of that if she goes for the Liandry's here in those extended fights later on to break down the Sejuani, break down the Wukong.
Yep.
Even in the neutral fights, like, she will actually get some value out of
The
it. So
volley
that's the
poke's going to be
expectation.
nutty if that does actually
Yeah.
come through. As he's got a bunch of books, we'll see what they turn into. I'm expecting that it's going to be the Liandry's. As Dr. Arm marching down the mid lane, this is the time to arrow. Shirley is available, but he's not going to throw it just yet. Not exactly full information being gleaned here by Damwon. Dr. Arm not wanting to hawkshot right now just because he doesn't want to give away his position to deny the angles. This is a lot of people all grouped up. Noguri doesn't have a Narbar. We've seen him do pretty ridiculous things even with just mini Nars. Arrow is going to fly forward already. BDD has flashed out of the way. He's been bitten by that one before. It's now Snowflower is just dead. Showmaker collects that one, and this is what Damwon are doing this game. They are giving away an objective in order to just kill their opposition. As now Canyon just, he's going to eventually have to ult over the wall, and he does do so. And now Damwon continuing to press forward, but now
So
with
much control.
yeah, of this mid lane, then what is that Herald going to give you that this kill and push
exactly.
won't?
If you don't actually if you don't actually win that fight, but you take the Herald and walk away with it, your ability to use the Herald diminishes quite significantly. Now, at least Kana is getting some push topside here, is going to waste this wave into a turret, at least as much of it as he can here. Rough times to lose the minion there, but Noguri's coming up, will lose a significant amount of this, losing a significant amount of his turret health, so at least they're able to make this cross map to a certain extent work. But yeah, this fight around the Herald is a little bit slow from Damwon Kia, but you can see their composition working swimmingly.
Ooh, Snowflower, good sidestep, avoids the seismic shove. As Damwon Kia, they don't want Soul Point to go over to Nongshim, so maybe this is one that they're going to have to actually take. As Canyon takes a lot of damage, Damwon moving into the river. Noguri, Narbar in pretty good position. Nongshim, they know this. They are going to be backing away into a defensive posture now. Ghost, pretty dangerous positioning, but Control Ward does give them information. Just wanted to get back to this lane so that they could push it back. And the seismic shove goes
The
wide yet again.
long-term damage in this comp for Damwon is not amazing. If they actually give over Soul Point here and then potentially the Mountain Soul itself, it's terrible.
Ooh, well, the arrow is still going to land even after the flash, but Seismic Shove doesn't. And I think that is the main point. Some low health bars here as the flash comes out from Kellen. That could be a big deal as Dr. Arm lands another volley.
Ghost, about to have his ult here, has, obviously a bit of utility he can use. They're going to drop the Herald. Look for this fight.
Yep, Gravitum ult available. That is definitely a very important point. As now, Shirley going to break that turret down. Damwon Kia were at least preoccupied for a little while. Noguri running out of Narbar. Still has it for a little while longer. That will get Damwon Kia towards this river. And this battle for the Drake. Man, we're in full River Ram territory right now.
Showmaker's going to teleport back in. Does have Weaver's Wall available. Here's the TP. He's keeping his positioning hidden, and Nongshim are like, I don't like this angle. I don't know where he is. I am just not going to fight this. Looks like they're going to finally give this up.
Yeah, Glacial Prison's going to come forward here. Showmaker eventually flashes. Okay, Snowflower now in trouble. He's found by Canyon. Weaver's Wall comes through yet again, and Snowflower is, going to just walk over here. Noguri eventually helps pick that one up. As Kellen's going to get thrown asunder. Okay, BDD underneath his turret now. Noguri just lumbering towards the member. Oh, what was that? That was a very confusing situation there as Canyon is just ulting around Ghost. Going to be able to find something, but Noguri is going to just slam his head into the ground. It was a very strange fight, but Damwon Kia definitely coming out on top. They'll take this turret, and they'll take the Drake.
That was very poorly coordinated by Nongshim, because half of the team says, I don't know where Showmaker is at the initial part where he wasn't showing. Let's back off and give the Drake. And half of Nongshim is like, there he is in the mid lane. Let's push and all in to kill Showmakers. We're going to go way back to here. This is Damwon Kia. Arrow here only hitting, unfortunately, Snowflower's a really nice flash from BDD to survive, but they end up Weaver's Walling to cut them off. Ends up being a pick. But look at the top half of this fight where Ghost Con and BDD are like, we're all inning. And on the bottom side where Dread and Snowflower are still in the vicinity of this Drake. And this just allows Damwon Kia to cut off the bottom side. Snowflower is extremely dead. BDD has to defensively ult here. And then the longer parts of this get a little bit weird because we do see Canyon take like 17 turret shots here, and then still help set up for Ghost. They win the fight at the end of it, but like Nongshim were so split on what they were trying to do. It just gave Damwon Kia ultimate control over this fight. They're going to grab a turret. They grab their first Drake of the game, and that's so much gold into their pockets. I think Nongshim either needed to all in on taking Showmaker out and controlling mid to then turn onto Drake, or completely back away there, because they tried to do both and walked away empty. 4,000 gold now behind, 5,000.
Yeah, it was still so funny, though, to watch Canyon flash hook and miss. He hits a minion, and then immediately afterwards, like, Nogari's like, no, don't worry, man. We all make mistakes like that. Flash ults nothing as well. Oh, man. That was definitely a very strange situation there. But Damwon Kia, as you say, still managed to come out on top. Just really need to tidy up some of those plays.
It's really important that Nongshim don't get soul point here, because it's a huge soul for them. Like I said, it's Liandry's Ashe, like we've talked about. So yeah, it makes sense. Like that's going to be long-term damage, but otherwise, you know, Ashe isn't going to carry. Talia is more burst oriented.
Look at that majestic arrow, though. It looks really nice. His Canyon's found Ghost.
He also has cleanse. So
they wanted to get that cooldown, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it's shorter. The arrow cooldown is shorter, so
Yeah.
you'll take it.
I wonder what the math is, Wolf. Whether, like, the percent health damage from Liandry's is actually better for the gold than Blade of the Ruined King. Because maybe it is. Because you just, on hit, just do percent health damage. This is actually something that Chronicler recently reminded me of. So I guess it kind of theoretically works here. Dogdom is going to be building, you know, more of the utility style, so Lucidity's just come in.
I think the problem here is that Ashe in general, like, I liked it for what this comp could be super oppressively in the early parts of the game, and I liked the Halo Blades for lane and stuff. Like, I think Ashe is great in those regards, but in terms of what she's going to do with either Bork or the Liandry's here, it's not great for Damwon Kia. It's not amazing, but they're so far ahead now, and Showmaker is fed, so it might just not matter. The fact that Ashe's damage here is a bit awkward. I think it would have mattered a lot more if Nongshim were able to actually take that third Drake, and we're sitting on a 3 Drake advantage with 1 Mountain, and then potentially getting that Mountain Soul as Ghost.
Dear. That's
the target.
That's it. Well, Seismic Shove's going to land, so Ghost is still dead. And Dogdom is the one that picks up the kill, so regardless of the fact that the arrow misses, Dogdom still manages to collect it. Also transforms his Manamune as well. As now Canyon, wandering over, does find Dread here in this brush. One of the great things about Ashe with Liandry's is the fact that your volley, especially when you're building this much CDR, as I'm going to have to hold my thought, that's an Emperor's Divide. Nogari is taking about 1 million ultimates, but is down to about 50% as he walks it off. Hipster. Maybe it's my inner chronicler coming out. As Dogdom, we'll see whether this arrow is going to be the one that pierces the heavens. as there is a lot of targets that he could hit. He's now in fog of war as Nogari dives over the wall. They've been corralled, all of them. Oh my goodness, fantastic devour there from Kellen as well onto Showmaker. It's going to be Showmaker that secures the Drake somehow as Dread is really dead. On the other side of the fight, Showmaker is just trying to move them all towards their side of the map. And Dread is eventually going to be taken down. Seismic Shove comes on through. Ghost is really dead. And this is Showmaker versus
ten to 15 minutes.
And that's the thing as well, that not only does it, you know, you get, the best way I can always put this is that you get the first 2 dragons. What it does is it gives you the choice. It gives you the choice of, do you want to contest for the next 2, 3 dragons? Do you really care about the soul if it's not for free? That's how you got to try and look at this one here. And honestly, for RNG, that's all they really want as well. They just want to be able to be in this position to kind of pick and choose their fights and look to try and put them in. I will say they have got a fantastic team fight around those dragons should they choose to go for them, but it's going to be a big shoulda, woulda, coulda as we come into the later stages of the game. But right now it is all about BLG kind of pushing in that top side, or getting pushed in that top side, trying to get as much gold as they possibly can. And right now both teams just happy to let this one go a little bit later than, you know, again, similar to game 1, just take it slow, take your advantages when you can.
I will say, though, I feel like in that scenario, BLG have the stronger team fight. Jinx should be able to match the Aphelios. The Gangplank going to be able to provide a little bit more damage against the short
pushing the narrative on this so much. They push themselves to a position where they can make something happen. Just like what Way's doing there.
Steadfast Presence is a longer cooldown than the engage from Kondo, so they can actually look for tick 2 here, which is why RNG are being very sketchy about walking up.
Very, very sketchy as RNG starts to put down the pressure. Gala, though, needs to be very, very careful. He gets devoured, and there's going to be the keeper's verdict, saying that you cannot go on top of this one. Wade decides to go very aggressive as they're getting some decent damage there with Xiaohu. There's the Moonlight Vigil being eaten up by the Unbreakable of Crisp. And everyone's health bars have gotten a little bit lower. No one's died just yet as they go right between the posts. BLG pick themselves up a penalty.
Yeah, everyone trying to see if they can make that fight happen just as before the Rift Herald comes through. But now you've got 3 ultimates down on RNG. Weaver's Wall to top side.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and fully convert this one. Yeah, you can't get anyone from BLG over here. You have to use a Spirit Rush just to try and get into position. Xiaohu, though, very low, will flash away, nicely dodged out. And BLG tried so hard to help out Min, but couldn't make it.
And now they can't get the play on top side, so they actually can't turn over towards the Rift Herald, whereas RNG, they reset. They've got good health bars going through, good stopwatch from Xiaohu to keep himself safe, and they should be the ones that are able to get the Rift Herald now because BLG tried to get a sneaky over on RNG in the top side.
Yeah, and that's going to be 1 and 3 now for Ben. He's really being bullied in this matchup right now, and once he doesn't have his orange, he's very much vulnerable. It's kind of so much layering of CC you've got with the Poppy, the Talia, and of course the Sejuani as well. That's going to mean the the Rift Herald taken very low, not quite taken just yet, and there is going to be Wei putting up the Steadfast Presence and just kind of posturing him away.
Still, though, BLG keep a little bit of a gold lead for themselves, and we'll have to see if they're going to be able to hand on to that. But you see here,
that's going to mean the Rift Herald. Yes, and there it is. Going to be Wei putting the Steadfast Presence, posturing away.
Still, BLG keep a little bit of gold lead for themselves, and let's see if they're going to hand on to that. Because here, goes through, Poppy goes through, back, gold, but Xiaohu doesn't really care. As I say, not really position here, BLG, Xiaohu flash away from the orb as well. Icon, so overall, RNG just have to keep themselves safe after a nice play on top side.
And we can see those Icon almost gets the flash into the Orb of Deception, but
that was so close.
So close. But again, Xiaohu proving why we consider him one of the top mid laners in our conversation for, you know, one of the top 3 mid laners, in my opinion, in the world, and just what he's able to do. So we'll wait to see what they want to go for right now as RNG now put themselves in position in that mid lane. They did lose their tier 1, and the TP comes out onto the bot side. Xiaohu didn't quite actually have the seismic shove. Could have actually put Bin into a very bad position should he get that one off on him. But again, RNG, they can choose not to fight this if they don't want to, but it looks like they
not really in position here with Xiaohu, at least now on the way, but BLG could have tried to burst this. They did hold off.
Here we go. Keeper's Verdict comes out, but the smite was good enough there from Khan as they try and just get the smite now going off the backside of this one. There's going to be the cannon barrage. Devour comes out as Crisp now tanking up as much damage as he possibly can. Breed waiting for the Arctic Assault to get himself over the wall, and he will do just that. There's the Gravitum gun on top of Icon, but he had the Spirit Rush left to keep himself safe, and that means that the Dragon goes over, nobody dies, a hell of a lot of ultimates were used.
Well, they needed to get Xiaohu in a position where he could be a little bit better with his ultimate. He never actually got to throw it out, but that meant that he never got to separate out the fight, stop BLG from being able to kite back, because you've got great engage with you got great engage with Khan when needed, Icon to a certain extent as well, but BLG are able to use their range with Rise to keep kiting backwards. You're walking into barrels from Bin. Crisp is able to slow that offense coming through from RNG, and you just don't have a lot of great engage apart from Breed. So if you're not able to get yourself situated on towards the objective first as RNG, you don't really have any right trying to fight an objective like that.
Yeah, and Bin now trying to see if he can get some pressure in the spot side. We'll just have a little bit of vision there in the try brush and keep himself safe, and now RNG, like I said, still down in gold, actually, about 2,500 in favor of BLG at the moment. So it is significant enough. It hasn't equated into any major items. I will say, of course, with the Gangplank Silver Serpents, it does kind of skew it just a little bit, probably more so than you realize. But with the Dragon stacks at the way they are, 2 for RNG, 1 for BLG. Both teams, actually only BLG having taken turrets at the moment. There's still a bit of standing gold available for RNG should they find the right opportunity to take those towers down.
RNG just trying to see if they can continue to push on towards the bottom half of the map. Like at the moment, I think it's more on BLG's having the cards that they can really work with here. You can see Icon will have a good amount of opportunities to roam around the map. Xiaohu can try and match that to a certain extent, but you just have to be so careful as RNG because Rise is getting to a position where he's going to be quite large, and as long as he's got bodies in front of him or even Crisp in front of him who can tank the engage from Breed, he's going to be free to continuously move around the map, make sure he's in a relatively okay spot as Crisp nearly gets caught out there.
Yep, almost getting caught out here by the Desolate Dive, and now Gala feeling confident, goes forward onto Rise, gets it down to below half health. Breed thinking about it on the top side, but does not fully commit, would be very dangerous, but they do got a heal out of Rise there, and they get the Summoner or the Rift Herald down as well, so they're going to do trading 1 for 1 in terms of top and bot. They're trading it in the mid lane as well, and they keep going on this.
Yeah, you got Bin who's in a position to try and help out. Kind of barrage goes down, which clears the wave, but I mean, you've still got the Rift Herald there. Keeper's Verdict cancelled here by way. Icon not in a position, so 2 towers there. Pretty much for the only tower taken on the bottom side for BLG. Icon, though, trying to see if he can sneak in behind them. They have a clear view thanks to that pink that's sitting at the back of red.
Oh, we're going to get fully engaged there. Breed tries to find onto Crisp as Way goes in. He does have the steadfast presence. There's the Glacial Fisher. They now know that Icon is sitting along the side here. They need to push themselves away. Gala just a fraction of a Teemo away from getting caught there. But Bin is pushing the top side, trying to put some pressure down. They're actually going to jump onto Khan now straight away with the steadfast presence. Where can he go? He has to flash. There's going to be Super Mega Death Rocket. He's taking down from the Ignite. Xiaohu picks him up, and that was so much damage from the Leandry's Torment, and of course Leandry's Anguish and the Ignite. So now we'll see the wave as well coming out. Bin going to be caught out here. He has got flash, but where can he go? Not very far, says you, as they keep pushing it on top of him. Icon lands the charm onto Breed, but he gets saved by a flashing Catfish, and he gets himself into the Devour. It's all a bit scrappy, but at the end of it all, RNG, they're kind of pulling BLG around.
And RNG are actually managing to get these picks, separate out BLG, and it looked like BLG were actually going to be in a decent spot. Bin had push on top side. Maybe they just try and rotate and take up that tower instead, but they try to go for the fight, and it all goes very sideways very quickly. Khan not in the best positions here, so gets knocked up by gets stunned by the initial E coming through on the heroic charge. Then he tries to W away, ends up caught up in the steadfast presence. It was all just a bit messy coming through from Khan, and that was the overstep that RNG were waiting for to try and collapse.
This is what RNG do best. Yes, they're still behind in gold, only about 1,500, but with those 2 towers, with the, or sorry, 3 towers, because they got top lane as well, they get pretty much full control now of this mid wave, because it's such a short wave, you're not going to be able to kind of contest it as far up the lane as you possibly want to as BLG. Next dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and you've used quite a lot of things there as BLG to try and defend yourself. Khan will not have his flash available, and already losing the decoy.
Keep your eyes on Bin and Breed, though.
Oh, being keep my eyes on Icon, who loses Banshees after using the Spirit Rush. We're going to try and see them try and burst out Wei. Wei's in a lot of trouble here, but he's already been knocked back. He hasn't gone down just yet. Finally, he falls, but it's a trade of junglers. Now you don't have a smite for anybody. Flash away by Rise. He knows if he gets hit by that Glacial Bridge, then he is dead. RNG now playing a very dangerous game. Gala going to be able to heal up off of this, though, as Crisp has to pop the Unbreakable because the turret sentry was doing so much, and RNG will get themselves on the Soul Point.
RNG able to take the fight, and that's why I was like, okay, you can keep your eyes on Breathe, because Breathe has the inside track to get to that fight first if anything kicks off. So because we get trade for jungler, RNG have reinforcements there faster and are able to take the fight. We'll catch it here in the replay. So because of where Bin was positioned and Breathe had full push on bot side, he gets to run to this fight first. Icon's charms have been so close to being devastating for RNG, but he just hasn't quite been able to land them. And here, trade 1-for-1 in junglers. Now Breathe gets there faster before Bin can really come through, and it means that BLG have to hightail it on out of there.
Yeah, you can see with Bin not quite there to, threaten the barrels, put himself in a... You can see how much damage, actually, that Gala took in that last fight because of the cannon barrage. It was just doing so much on the backside, exclusively him, but it doesn't matter if you're not really kind of cementing that damage into into summoners or even a bigger advantage from there, as we do get 2 items now on both AD carries. We have got 2 items onto our mid laners as well. Very defensive here from Icon's got the Banshees alongside the Everfrost. So in terms of damage output, Xiaohu's going to be miles ahead of what this Ahri could do. It's going to be all about those charms.
RNG, though, trying to see if they can get vision. Ming gets caught by the charm, but will be totally... Oh, my God!
There's the Gale Force coming over as well. They're going to try and jump onto Rise, and they've got so much damage over the wall. Waze thinks about using the Keeper's Verdict, but keeps it for another fight. That's going to be on a 15-second cooldown. Here comes the Weaver's Wall to try and separate the rest of BLG, but it puts them closer together as eventually Crisp does fall. Icon is not a part of this fight. Bin was on bot side, got to go, and I'm playing PvE.
And that's the Baron. RNG gets to move across. I mean, just a fantastic flick from Xiaohu onto Rise causes bedlam for BLG, and now RNG will reap the rewards.
Here we go. They're going to put down the cannon barrage. Not quite done with this one just yet. Gala does have to use the cleanse. He gets charmed away. The Baron down to 4,000 HP. They're going to try and put Khan into this fight if they possibly can. They haven't taken down the Baron just yet, but there is the Keeper's Verdict.
Khan
and
is still
decided,
here.
but Khan is still here, and they're going to get him taken out. So not quite able to do it. Oh, the Super Mega Jet Rocket almost low enough. But RNG get the Baron, RNG get a couple more kills, and RNG now with the gold lead.
I mean, an attempt was made by BLG, but unfortunately just couldn't quite get in. And here, look, I mean, great flick from Xiaohu. So he wasn't even looking for Rise. I think he was just looking for Khan, who they saw walk into the bush and was like, oh my God, I've caught an even bigger fish. And BLG, they just crumble. Rise is the main damage source for this squad, especially with Bin pushing bot side.
I think as well, he saw the zap coming in, so he says, look, I either catch the jungler and we get Baron, or I get even luckier and I hit the jackpot in this gacha game, so get the SSSS character that you want in that particular pull. But that's exactly what he gets. Now 2 minutes 20 till the next dragon. We're not going to see that for a little bit, but RNG, I mean, it's just such a pleasure to watch this team. It's a low-kill game. They're not super scrappy, but they keep it clean. They know how to make this one work for themselves. And BLG just don't have an answer right now. As you can see, bot lanes is being pushed in by Breeze with a huge minion wave, it's got to say. And they could probably take 2-3 towers off of this push.
I mean, they're probably just going to use it to try and push for the second tower, but you do have to worry about Bin topside.
Okay, well, you get the Devour out of there, but it is going to be answered by the Glacial Fisher.
Bin is going to win topside fight.
He is going to win topside fight if they can go for it, but there's going to be Khan having to get himself out of dodge because the Graviton was coming in here for the side of RNG. As Gala needs to be a little bit careful now with how far he goes forward. We can see Breed going in. He finds Crisp. Not quite finding Rise. There's going to be the cannon barrage and the TP. And honestly, you can keep going here as Bin. You don't really have to kind of answer this push.
Yeah, Bin is just going to be able to move back over to the top side. Xiaohu committed the TP thinking they had the engage, but Chris, with the Unbreakable, keeps the dream alive. So now you have to force Breathe back to deal with Bin. And I have to say, Bin is huge. 3 items already on the gangplank. You don't exactly have a massively tanky squad here on RNG's side, so a couple of these barrels could be game-defining if Bin can find it.
And honestly, just defending so adamantly against, or admirably, I should say, for BLG, they will eventually lose this tier 2. 2 or 3 more auto attacks from Gala should be enough, but that took so much of your Baron buff out of you. That took literally a minute and a half.
Yeah, 50 seconds now.
Ooh.
Gala, that was not the time to ult. 50 seconds until the soul means that you're going to have to try and reset here for RNG. And I mean, BLG are going to get push a wave here. They're going to be able to rotate into River first. They can use this this advantage that they have here to try and get themselves situated on the objective and use that range advantage that they have.
I will say, though, he did use it to try and kill off Icon. Icon did use a Spirit Rush, but Spirit Rush has such a small cooldown right now. Won't be up just before the Baron, but if they can delay it by a couple of seconds, but look at Breed. He's already on the backside here. They're going to be able to catch out Icon, take him out. Doesn't matter if you don't have your summoners up right now because you're going to die. There's the Weaver's Wall, the flash in, catches out Rise, and he gets the double knock-up. That is Ming on prime condition right now. You think he's not on an engaged champion? Think again. This is RNG. They don't even need the soul. They can end the game right here.
Yeah, you think that he's just playing defensive, but you've been catfished. He's actually on the engaged champion the whole time. RNG now gonna rock this one on in. You've only got 2 members of BLG, and Bin is big, but how big?
How big? Keeper Verdict completely missed, but maybe that was a good thing because now Bin is probably going to
Very
be going
small.
down very small. He's not that big anymore, and as he goes back to the grey screen, I will say it's an admirable effort there from BLG. They tried so hard, but again, you play standards, you play late game, you are in RNG's house, and the house never loses.
I mean, you're into RNG's domain, and they're perfectly happy to continue to show you why they're so good here, but the engage starting to come through.
I mean, it's coming through right now. As you can see there, Khan trying to go in with see if his base is going as well as possible. They're keeping the Nexus open alive to see what they can do. Rise will get up 1 kill. Rise can get more. No! Gala! Gala will turn it off. He does not want anyone else getting it going for him. But that was
feel great about that one either.
Ooh,
Okay,
Swain being considered.
Swain very strong with this comp, with the slows and hard engage they already have.
Yeah, plus the fact that it plays into the short range of both Damwon and Nongshim right now as well. Yeah. So I really think that Swain is a huge choice here for Nongshim. Still looking for Dread. You just take a look if you like to. You don't have to just right now, but it's definitely fits the comp. Lee Sin, also, I like the Lee Sin as much, but it is a really nice way to, kick away a Trundle. Obviously, in team fights, you can threaten the Gnar or prevent him from getting in. You can assassinate the backline. This is a strong pick. It just doesn't work as well with the Swain, but still very, very powerful here. The Swain plus Wukong, like Cyclone synergy, is massive. Will we actually see the Syndra come through to just try to dominate at range? The Seraphine is something I was also considering. We've seen the Zillion in these scenarios too here for Showmaker, where he's happy to just make sure Canyon, or rather Duck is unkillable on the Aphelios. It will be the Ahri this time instead, which is going to be very interesting because it's so good against Kalista, super low range. It's so great against Amumu engages because you can just turn the Amumu engage into a liability. For Swain, as long as we're talking about mid to late game, he will be okay if he's charmed. But if he's picked before the fight starts, before he gets to ult, then it's going to be a disaster. I think it's a fairly risky pick for Damwon Kia. And again, I like Nongshim's comp. You remove the nameplates, I'm like, oh man, at the peak of synergy, if this comp, or rather, if this team is all playing on the same page, if the engages are crisp, if the follow-up is there, this draft for Nongshim is insanely strong. But based on what we've seen in the last 3-4 weeks of play from them, I won't be able to trust that they'll get it done here. And Damwon Kia has an extremely punishing draft, I feel, in every way. So if you make one mistake or one overextension, then Damwon Kia is just going to crush you. And just like we saw in game number 1, you just have to be cleaner. You have to be more, on the same page. You have to actually work together as a unit. We'll see whether they can actually do it. I agree with you. I think that without nameplates, then this is definitely a draft win for Nongshim. But it's an uphill battle for them. It's effort being subbed back in yet again after pulling a player out of retirement to replace him. You can imagine that it is difficult on the mental. If they do manage to win, it'll be huge, though. Let's hop onto the Rift here for game number 2. Damwon fans definitely very loud as effort's flashing already. We're doing it. We ain't wasting time. We've seen this play before. Let's see whether it pays off. I like that.
I like BDD is the real flash.
Yeah, you're right. You get to double flash. As at least there is some information being given here to Damwon as BDD sort of spotted out. But Dr. spots them. Effort's still going to come on over, though. Immediately, Docdom's going to have to flash and cleanse as both bandage tosses come through. Q connects, but Docdom's underneath the turret, so both summoners being traded for just Effort's flash, and he's got Hex Flash.
Yeah. Great start. Everything according to plan here. You will get control now of this blue buff. And this is going to mess up the jungle here. Canyon's going to have to start on the top side of his jungle. And getting back here to lane with no flash, no cleanse can be quite terrifying. Of course, this is why Kellen is staying in this brush, so we can see if anyone is trying to come over and intercept.
Yep.
That's not the case, and Dread will be able to just solo this blue buff on red side. So really nice start here for Nongshim Red Force, getting the advantages they want for a lane that's already going to be so powerful into Duckdom Tom Kench, or rather Aphelios Tom Kench. Duckdom and Aphelios are the same thing, basically, at this point. They're synonymous. But this is a summonerless Duckdom.
Well, another bandage toss is going to land. There's another one as well. 4 for 4 here. Gets another flash as they had to respect the rend.
Yeah, 3 summoners down here. No cleanse, no flash for Kellen. And this is Effort's first time on the Amumu. We see Barrel and Vista.
He's in again. That's 5 for 5. Lit on fire is the mummy this time around, so they are going to have to back away. But damn, Effort, what do you have for breakfast this morning?
But that's how we guarantee all 4 summoners down. Another Hex Flash for another summoner, and it's back up. And Effort is just ready to go again. Now they have so much control over this bottom prio that's very difficult for Canyon to come down here and actually assist. Notice that Dread is coming over to try to intercept him, drops a ward there. So they know they can push this super hard here without threats of a Trundle coming down here and actually stopping them. So this is a great way to play the early 3v3 out, because we saw the Poppy, was banned away. Dread's playing Lee Sin, won't have the same power, but if you actually get summoners early with level 1s, then the Lee Sin can actually duel this, can actually fight this one out. Look at where Canyon has to awkwardly sit to take the super long way around to try to punish this.
Yeah.
He will actually be unseen. He does not walk over that ward.
Yeah, he was actually just positioned in order to potentially counter gank, because he was expecting Dread to be there to try and go for some sort of dive as this wave stacks up. The wave has been thinned out, though. So it feels like Nongshim have kind of missed their window as the crash does come through. They're still going to go for the dive, but Canyon will turn up. Effort is going to get taken down. It's a very comfortable first blood, and now Ghost has to flash. It's their turn to use summoners now as there's a flash forward. The Abyssal Dive comes down. Ghost will avoid it for now as the Martial pose is going to come through, but that's another Graviton from Doctom, and the punishment is so much better than the threat that was happening earlier.
Look at Ghost on the player cam as well. They had so much control. They had so much power here around the bottom side of the map. They got all summoners down. They set up a ward. They pushed hard. They did the Callista Amumu thing. They were like, we're going to push this lane. We're going to have blue side prior. We're going to shut the enemy jungler down. And then Trundle shows up. The pathing was brilliant from Canyon. Avoided that ward spot. Comes in very slowly. Ends up having massive damage here, even at level 3 early on in the game. And under turret, there's just no hope for Nongshim. They also lose both of Ghost's summoner spells on his way out. They've lost full control of the bottom side of the map. And what's already a tough matchup for Lee Sin early is going to be way more difficult now against a Trundle that has 2 kills under his belt. And Canyon is going to rule this map with an iron pillar.
Well, we'll see whether it is actually going to work out here. It's not end of the world, but the problem is that every little advantage that Damwon pick up is so much more damaging to the mental state of Nongshim in this game, right? Every time they get punished, it feels way worse because they are such on the back foot this season, right? And I want to see more of what Effort was doing in the laning phase, like landing bandage after bandage. But as you see here, as soon as Canyon comes in, they're like, oh no. And the Trundle position, like we mentioned that he was hovering, like as it was happening, it was beautifully played, and it was pretty telegraphed on Nongshim's side that they were going to go for this dive, but still, like, just it must really, really suck for Nongshim.
Effort, of course, has to make this play work, he has to tank turret shots, so it's really premeditated on the idea that Cannon is not there 100%, and they set up a ward for it, and they felt really comfortable trying to look for this 2v2 dive, or 3v2 dive, because they're like, okay, well, we know that he can't be here realistically, right? Or if he was anywhere nearby, we would have seen him or punished him. And the way that Cannon was willing to sacrifice knowing that was coming was just one step ahead. It was the 5-head move, and Effort just tanks turret shots trying to set up the dive and is way too weak as a result. Canyon picks up 2 here. And yeah, Callista can come back to this lane and push it again, but it's not the same amount of power they had before. And they always have to keep in the back of their mind that 2-kill Canyon could come at any moment. And speaking of, he is here. He's swept. He knows he's unseen.
There's another Graviton to connect there onto Effort as another Abyssal Dive will come down from Kellen. Gets a beautiful knock-up onto Ghost. A pillar is put down at the perfect spot again. And Doctom has delivered another kill. Oh my goodness, 1-0-2. It is his first kill of the game, as of course the double did go over to Canyon last time, but oh man, what a disaster here for Nongshim as Dread comes down to try and tidy this up, but it's just not going to be enough. 75% win rate, by the way, for Canyon's Trundle. He's pretty good as a champion.
He was one of the players in 2021 who was playing it when no one else was, and he was the best Trundle as a result, and the only Trundle a lot of the time, and the only one really finding wins last year. And another great example of why this champion can be so strong into power lanes in the bottom 2v2. Poppy and Trundle are both such amazing punish junglers in the early game when you're trying to push advantages. And when you're falling this far behind, you have to try to push hard. And then Canyon takes 2 paths of the bottom lane, literally itself. He walks down the lane, and sets up another kill. He knows Ghost has no summoners. They have hard engage with Kellen there. Graviton play was great on the first, attempt there from Doctom. And now, you're looking at 3 kills early on, 2 assists for an Aphelios, and a kill to his own this time. As look at Canyon. He gets the speed up here, and look at the way that this is executed from Kellen. Just goes for Ghost, wants to eliminate the 80 carry more than going for the Amumu. Knows he doesn't have flash, knows he doesn't have heal. that's just as simple as it gets, and so many punishes early
Yeah.
on.
It's so smart. As once again, Docdom is going to instantly cleanse. Kellen over here as well as Effort, taking a lot of damage. No Fate's Call available. The heal has to come out from Ghost. And Dumb1, they don't have control of this wave yet. They are going to be able to pick it up as it does head down towards the turret.
Look
so I
who's
don't
coming
think the
down.
difference is going to be huge. But yeah, Canyon back in position yet again. And Dumb1 knows that Nongshim has to keep fighting them.
Here we go.
Oh dear, another Abyssal Dive is going to land. There is the combo that we've seen so many times, and Docdom has delivered his second kill of the game. 2-0-2.
Okay, fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me twice. Shame on you. Fool me 3 times. All right, like you cannot push this lane anymore, Nongshim.
But
You
they
are
have
just
to.
not able to do
the
it.
lane doesn't do
I mean-
anything. Like they have to. That's the
I
worst
know.
part.
But your win condition is not the Callista anymore. You're gonna have to hope for some Swain gangplank angles later on in the game, and if you're just gonna keep pushing up like this, you're betting that Canyon isn't going to be there when he has been the last 2 times, and you have no summoners to escape. Ghost has his flash now, but he wasn't the one focused this time around, and Duckdom also, with the money he has, picked up an early pickaxe and Berserker Greaves, which Aphelios doesn't always have at this point in the game. Sometimes he even skips boots when he's got accelerated like this. But against the Callista Amumu, when you have the Trundle running down, that extra movement speed and attack speed is actually just so amazing for an Aphelios who is just punishing with setups here from Canyon every time. Canyon 100% kill contribution here, 2-0-2 of their 4 kills and 2,000 gold that they have in the lead right now. There's some scaling aspects here of Nongshim's comp, but the Callista is just straight out of it. And what's so tragic about this, like you said, in the mental game for effort, is that he came up with a level 1 play with his coaching staff, executed it perfectly, took away all the summoners. They had every single advantage, and now it's just all gone. It's 700 gold the lead for Duckdom. Like, how could you take a screen cap of where we started and where we are now, like, and showed people where we came? Like, people like, this is forged. This isn't real. This can't be possible. But it is. It's the reality we're living in. And such a tragic turnaround.
Yeah. Noguri, I don't think they can see this wood, although they can see the wood, but they just don't. They're not going to clear out the wood. Anyway, Canyon's going to go back. Dread is going to start this Rift Herald. He should be able to take it here, I think, with the knowledge that they have on Canyon's whereabouts. So Rift Herald looking to be secured. Let's see whether Noguri can do anything about it, as he does hit Mini Na. Spots the fact that this is happening, is BDD moving on over. And now Kellen is licking effort. Okay, that is a decent ult, though, as Devour has to be used by Kellen. And look at this, Canyon's in position. The ulti comes through. It's, oh my goodness, the punishment is never ending for this Nongshim bottom lane. And Canyon has set up the most luxury tent in the universe in this bottom lane, and it is paying so many dividends.
Oh, man, it is. You know well, maybe you don't know, but I've been playing a lot recently. You know in Final Fantasy, you get the 10 item, it gives you all your health back. There's like an upgrade to that called a cottage. He has planted the cottage, okay,